Hello, everyone. Before I start, well, actually, first, before I even turn on the camera and turn on the game, do understand that I am recovering from a plague that I got from the Turtle Team of all people. But I have a couple quick things to show off right at the top of the stream. Those who show up early, they get the special stuff. I'll probably show it off again, but let's see. I'll probably stand up for this. Oh, what? This? Oh. I don't know. Where did I get these things? Who can say, really? There's nothing in this cup. My mug collection grows. See, this is the new one. It has like a little built-in coaster. It's really nice. You can detach it, so it's still dishwasher safe. I don't have a dishwasher, but if I did, imagine. I have a couple more surprises for later, but I did receive a little bit of turtle swag as thanks for traveling to destinations unknown. So first at the top, hi everyone. It's been a minute. It's been precisely 2 weeks because I wasn't around last week. So hope everyone's been doing well. Hello, Rauk Hangren. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Blue Noxius, perhaps. Adrian, Laxelv, Loch Ness, Necrid, Lizzie Babs. I too am Vrograg. Hello, how's everyone doing? How we all faring? Oh, sorry. You have to click yourself sometimes to highlight. It's a little trick of the old machinima, I know. You'd be surprised how important that because like when you're trying to record machinima, right? And I just click somewhere else. Look how dark this looks. You can get it sometimes by hovering, but you have to like have it just right, or you need to use another camera to hover. It's like a whole thing. Trust me. So those 3 people left in the WoW machinima biz. This is big technology. So yes, I am back. I recently came back from a meeting for the Turtle Team. I was there as an honored guest. I was there as the news orc. I did try to weasel my way into every conversation, record everything I could. Of course, everything I gathered as far as intelligence there, for those who keep up with journalism lingo, it is off the record. By and large, everything I got there was off the record. Where it was off the record. Specifically who was there is even off the record as well. That's just to protect people, their security, their well-being. I consider ethically more important than getting the scoop on a story. I care about these people. They're in the community just like you. They're on the other side of the, player, developer, wall-ish thing. So I take that stuff seriously. So, I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions, but just set some ground rules. If there are any questions about like, oh, where did you go? I'm going to be vague. I'm not going to say anything specific. There are only a few people I can publicly say I met. Everyone, I met some, I think I met all of the DJs. Yeah. There might be more DJs coming, by the way. I don't know about that one. Also, today's planned activity. Oh, geez, I didn't have this graphic ready. Hold on, let me see if I can get this graphic ready. And then I promise I'll look at chat and see what you guys are saying. Any second now, I'll be a good streamer. The second has passed. I'm still not a good streamer, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, where did I put that? Well, it's definitely a Nordinar. It's got to be Golden Pearl, right? we're gonna talk quickly about golden pearls. Something pretty big came up with it. All right, so web browser. Let's go ahead and check which one you are. Oh, I have no idea how big this is. But this picture tells a pretty big story here. Golden pearls just like skyrocketed in value. So you know what we're doing today? We're doing some clam raking. It's a special little instructional as well as a fishing chat. I do consider clam raking to be in the larger cachet of fishing. You know, you do get them from the ocean, except we're going to be harvesting them from Naga, who are right by the ocean. So they pick it up and I rake it off of their corpses. And you'd actually be surprised. It's decent, especially if you're a rogue, because you get the extra pit pocket money. I did a little bit last night, and I don't know if like my luck was on fire, but I got a world drop purple in a lockbox, as well as a golden pearl, and I did it for 15 minutes. After everything at auction house and selling off a couple things. That was like 70 gold in 15 minutes, but it's probably an outlier. We will see. We're going to use some more clam raking soon. So anyway, that's a little APB. If you have golden pearls, go ruin the market. Golden pearls should not be that high. If I'm being perfectly honest, they should not be that high. But anyway. Lucy Babs, you went to a Turtle Wow convention. It wasn't a Turtle Wow convention. This was for Turtle Wow team members to meet. I can say I met people from every, like, designation of the Turtle team. Like, management, devs, media, support? Yeah, I think technically support. So I got to worm my green little hands in. But you know what? Rograg's got a lot of tricks. And the one story I do have to share is that, like, it's never quite clear in the Rograg lore if I'm a rogue, like an orc rogue, or if I'm a journalist orc, right? And like how much of the RP is real or not. I will say they had some meeting where they were talking about stuff. Obviously can't talk about what that is, but at the end, by the way, I was taking notes. These are just private notes. It's what journalists do. At the end, they seem like, is there any questions? And hand to God, anyone who was there can confirm. I stood up and I said, hi, question right here. Rograg Fish Slayer, Turtle Wow News. The whole meeting cracked up at that, but it's serious. That's what you should do at press briefings. You should always say what publication you're with, what your name is, and then state your question. And then, most of the people in that meeting were not journalists. So I had a lot of questions, and then I felt like the room kind of was like, okay, Rograg, we get it. I'm like, I have more questions to ask. And then later I cornered people and asked them questions, but it just wasn't the meeting. Anyway, that was very fun for me. I got to use all my journalist training. I can't tell you how much that matters to me as someone who like studied journalism, never really got an opportunity to do it, but like somehow later in life, I'm just like, what if I just do it here? It warms the cockles of my green heart. Anyway, what is the mood of the turtle team? I think it really depends. I think by and large, I'm not going to say whether or not I met anyone who was named on the lawsuit, but obviously people are going to talk about that, but I would say it's not like nothing happened, but it was kind of business as usual. Like, honestly, even though that's sort of in the air, I don't think there's officially no acknowledgement about the lawsuit even. Like, the Turtle team hasn't even like officially acknowledged it. There's a whole plethora of reasons why that is, and that has irked me, but I think I've said it before. I think I said it even before I left on the trip. Sometimes when you do community-based reporting, sometimes continuing to do that reporting can be more harmful than helpful. This is one of those rare occurrences, so I had to kind of take a little step back and be like, all right, like, just going to let whatever process needs to happen. But more than anything, honestly, the mood, pretty happy, honestly, because even though all that stuff's going on in the background and that is what it is, some of these people have never met each other. Some of these people were meeting again. And so there were like friendships. There were some people that had never been to where this was. And there was like some culture shock. You have to remember, Turtle Out, not just the community, but also like the teams is international. So, you know, there are a variety of culture groups as well. So, you know, there's some grouping among that. But honestly, it was a really good vibe. You know, most of what I can like ethically and, you know, sanely report on is that like this is an important part of like doing more embedded journalism, where you get ingrained in what you report on. It was a moment for me to be quite honored, because getting allowed that level of access and trust means a lot for someone who does reporting. But also, even though I can't like say like, oh, well, this person said this, like I would never do that, but it does allow me the ability to much more broadly categorize the team. Like in the past, I've been like, oh, you know, I think the team thinks this, and I'm only speaking from a point of reference of like a couple chats I've seen and stuff like that. Now, when I talk about things more broadly about the team, I can speak with much more authority and much more confirmation about the things I say. So that's, I feel, is very important in what I do. Even though this is vividly a hobby that has just gone too far. It's too late now. I can't stop it. But so yeah, I think the mood is generally good. The team has made no mention of slowing down or stopping. It seems like they're pressing ahead with everything they've been doing. So, you know, the mood's good. The mood's good, I would say. Sorry, now I just see Dan. Well, hey, you know, Dan, I don't know if you know this about me, but I kind of rant sometimes. Everything has gone up since Ambershire. Am I going to have questions for you this weekend? What do you think, Dan? What do you think? There was only a couple people I didn't get to corner and ask questions to. You might have been one of them. Everybody gets cornered and gets asked questions. So I will say some people saw that I was doing that. And listen, I have a decent social read on things, so people are hanging out, relaxing. I didn't corner them. But if I noticed that over the period of time that I was there that they were kind of avoiding me, I would make it a point to chat with them, we'll say. It's important. Like, I want to know and meet everyone I could possibly. So. Well, yeah. Also, Dan, ethically, I believe if you are inebriated, I can't really use a lot of that for my reporting. I can use it more broadly for like characterization stuff, so don't worry about it. I think I got most of what I need anyway. I will say I have missed streaming. I have missed you guys. And I haven't even started clam raking. I'm gonna do a little clam raking, but let's say at 5 p.m. local. So in 45 minutes, I need to reveal something to you guys. Something that's gonna blow your mind. It might also upset some people on the Turtle team. Because I'm also I'm a little bit of a showsman. I like keeping the suspense. 5 p.m. I'm gonna reveal something, and I'll give you a clue what it is. the largest game of Warsong Gulch ever. What does that mean? Who can say? Anyway. How long until that? That is 45 minutes, Lizzie Babs. All right, so clam raking. This technique that I developed over a day, but it just makes sense. You have all these naga, and you have these stone scale eel swarms. These are always valuable. You might not always get them because a lot of times they're farmed pretty tightly. On these nagas, the drop rates they have, especially if you're a rogue, you can get junk boxes off them. They have clams. Clams can have those golden pearls, or just other pearls. Those are also valuable. So we'll be killing some naga, fishing up stone scale when we see it. And that's what I call clam raking. Actually, I'm going to change this. Hold on. It says fishing. It shouldn't say fishing. Clam raking. I'm not sure if that actually has a hyphen or not. I know it's a thing. So I can say I did meet DJ Noferos, DJ Shiel, and DJ Andulin. If anyone, I'm not sure many people caught this because it wasn't really announced and it just happened. There was a surprise radio show that just kind of happened. If you listen to it, it was wild. It had 3 DJs saying all sorts of random stuff. It was a wild time. Turns out DJs like to try to upstage each other, and so it was a very wild show. That may or may not have happened at the meeting. But you know what? Dan from the radio, he signed off on it. The 3-headed dragon cast? Yeah, pretty much. Well, hold on. The 3-headed dragon cast? I thought it was 2-headed giant was the playstyle. If that's a podcast I'm not aware of, then And I mean, this is sort of a nothing burger, but there was. It's funny how there was like rumors within the gathering, but there was rumors that they might be able to do some like play testing of Unreal Azeroth, and then that fell through because there weren't enough security things in place. I don't know if you know this, but Turtle Team takes their security pretty seriously, and if you don't know why that might be, just go look into the history of Turtle WoW, circa late summer of 2024. That was a rude awakening, but they always did, to a certain extent, take their OPSEC, as it's called, pretty seriously. That's why they weren't completely owned in the hacker lingo. But that was certainly a rude awakening for the team. But yeah, they take that stuff very seriously, which is good to see, because that project is probably, I would say, under a lot of scrutiny, and a lot of people would like that project. I thought it was 2-headed giant, Dan. I only remember that because of back before, I can't even say before Magic the Gathering lost all of its soul. There was a period of time where they just had these PC ports of the game that were kind of like standalone versions. They were on PC. I remember there was one of them had a way you could play what's called 2-headed giant, and that was just a mode. That's how I remember that. I don't know if anyone actually plays it. There might be a commander variant of it as well, but I've been thinking a lot recently. What's really calling to me for like my next video I want to do, and it's going to seem very. I'm not sure what the word for this would be. It's going to seem very presumptuous and sort of self-indulgent, I think. But I really just kind of like want to do sort of a more essay-style video where I just kind of talk more broadly about the interaction of copyright and intellectual property over the history of like what I would consider like fantasy and sci-fi. And it's a pretty intricate history, believe it or not. You know, I find in a lot of places that the things that I like to do in my off time, you know, I like tabletop role-playing games. You know, I like, Warhammer 40K lore. And it's not widely known, but like this little like bickering, this back and forth about who owns the right to what ideas exist in sort of that space has been sort of like in an internal tug of war, and it even dates back to as far as original D&D with back when it was owned by TSR. They actually got sued by the Tolkien estate. If you ever wondered why D&D has halflings but not hobbits, but they're clearly hobbits, you might be surprised. And that was like back in the 80s. That actually had more to do with them publishing books. But still. But I mean, when you look back to Tolkien stuff, it's like I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, Tolkien was a hack. He stole all his ideas. No. I actually did like a full seminar course on the guy. Part of my old English course I took back in university. Very smart dude. A true linguist. And a true student of language. Like really impressive stuff that he was able to do in his lifetime. But like the concept of an elf, a dwarf, a hobbit, dragons. Can you own these ideas? And I think it's important to sort of bring this up in like the larger context of, you know, the whole shebang with Turtle WoW. Not that like I think it's a little bit apples to oranges, right? But at the same time, sort of like the media of the day is oftentimes video games, right? That's how art is often portrayed, stories, immersion, these things are sort of done through. And, you know, Blizzard is no exception. Again, going back to those things I was mentioning, you know, do you think they came up with the concept of gnomes, how they are? Like when you look at the DNA of WoW, oftentimes what you're going to find is that they borrowed heavy from D&D. And they weren't shy about it. And it wasn't a big issue. Until it was an issue. Because going back again to Blizzard, and I actually have to study up on this one because I've heard so many different things. I don't actually know what the truth is. But you guys ever play StarCraft and notice the strange similarity between Space Marines, and you know, the Zerg and Tyranids, and you know, the Eldar and the Protoss? Now, if I remember from like what I've heard before is that like they had something they were going to do with Games Workshop, and then Games Workshop pulled out for some reason because they said we really don't want to make money. But think about a world without StarCraft, and even Games Workshop borrowing from, you know, you could go back to H.G. Wells, but the idea of like a stormtrooper, right? That it really comes from a lot of stuff. I mean, I've read Heinlein stuff before, so, you know, where does the borrowing stop? And like, when is it okay? When is it not okay? I just think something like that kind of more broadly looks at how, like, literature and media has sort of seen these things over time to kind of better contextualize where Turtle Wow's at. I think is something that I think is worthwhile, at least talking about. Yeah, well, I mean, Kill Zombie, like, that's actually a really good point. Also, wait, hold on. Garian, by the way, I saw it that you did follow. Thank you. I think that's a good point. There was for those that don't know, this is, you know, much more. This was quite a big kerfuffle in the tabletop world. For a long time, well, technically for 4th edition, they used something else, but I don't want to get too muddied in the details. But if you publish a tabletop role-playing game of any sort of sizable volume, oftentimes third-party publishers are going to want to publish like accessory media to your game, and a lot of times those games will come out with licenses that will be like, hey, it's okay that you use our game system, you know, here are the guidelines. For a long time, D&D was using the OGL, Open Gaming License, I believe. And they wanted to change the license, and it was pretty skeevy what they were trying to pull off on third-party publishers. And this also put at risk things that like Pathfinder had. So Pathfinder and some other publishers put their heads together and like made their own license and started to work to make their stuff intellectually distinct from Wizards of the Coast's owned D&D brand. The lasting scars still remain. Pathfinder is bereft of canonical drow. I guess they would have been called dark elves, but still, they're sort of like in the ether as far as a lore point, which is really weird because in Starfinder, they were much more pivotal to the story there. So just another example of how like legality and this concept of like owning an idea really gets in the way of anyone enjoying things. It's this pattern, because the second someone enjoys something, someone's going to want to claim ownership and then profit from it. And that makes sense. But like, could you imagine if like the guy that, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of roots. I think maybe dragons isn't like a good root. When Tolkien was researching like ancient folklore of like Anglo-Saxia and learned about their version of elves, could you imagine if some guy like resurrected from the grave, like knocked on his door and said, hey, listen, you can't talk about elves. Sorry, that's my thing. You just can't talk about it. You know, so there's like a certain amount of time we accept is long enough. You know, when something enters sort of cultural consciousness, it just kind of becomes everyone's. But there's not really a formal way that happens, is there? I mean, technically, I think like certain works after like it's like 70 years, something like that, just become like everyone can use it. But I'm going to tell you this, culture moves a lot quicker than that. Forlorn Ridge. I don't know why I've heard about that. Why have I heard of that? I think I have, but I don't know why I know about it. Yeah, Killed Zombie. It was really good to see. There's a reason why I only play Pathfinder. I started on D&D a long time ago, and essentially, I think really I was just upset with like a bad product. 4th edition wasn't really for me. And but it also has a lot to do with like what they've also done to Magic the Gathering. It's a secret place in Ashara? Really? Hold on. That might be why it's... Is it Forlorn Ridge? Oh, right here. Yeah. Weren't they going to set this up to be like some kind of a Dota clone or something like that? Really? I didn't know there was no direct path. I think I've tried to go there before, but I just got frustrated and said, "Ooh, look, a dream foil," and then forgot about it. As is often the case. We've got a couple clams here. No good. No good. No good. Oh, man, I'm striking out on these clams. You know what? That's what it is to be a clam raker. There are baby turtles there? No way. And even a mailbox? I mean, part of me is inclined to just say, well, I have a media account that has like a GM. I could go fly over there, but I'd be more interested in DMing Mark Antius and be like, hey, how do you get there as a player? I like that struggle, personally. It's much more of an achievement to actually get to a place just as a player. It requires a lot more ingenuity than just, you know, teleport or just fly there. Yeah, okay, so I thought I did hear that, Dan. I don't remember where I learned that, but I never really caught the MOBA bug. I liked Warcraft and StarCraft 2, like Warcraft 2 and 3. I like StarCraft 1, and I don't know, just the RTS bug never really bit me. And because of that, I was never really turned on to like MOBAs. It just seemed like more of that, like more clicking, I guess, but with heroes. Garion asks, hey, I want to start fresh on Ambershire. How is Shaman and how is Horde? Is Shaman a class people usually want in dungeons compared to Paladins? I'm a little biased. Shamans are great. Shamans can now, maybe at endgame it falls off a little bit. Like when I say endgame, I mean like post AQ40 falls off, but you can definitely tank as a shaman at like a certain point. You can do, actually, I think you can do it at most levels while you're leveling up. Of course, you're a competent healer, and you have 2 different DPS sort of methods. It's not that bad. You know, and I don't want this to sound like a cop-out answer. It is a little bit, Garion, but what I will say, Turtle WoW, by and large, I mean, maybe the vibe is a little different on Ambershire because it's a newer realm. But at least on Northernar, and maybe even to Telebim to a certain extent, the vibe is a lot more relaxed. Like there's not a rush, right? The turtle's a mascot for a reason. And that reason is that turtle might change, but it's usually not like everything you've done before is instantly gone. Everything you've worked for is still there. It usually keeps most of its value. So like, I think what's most important is that you genuinely play something that you enjoy. If you think or you know you're going to have fun playing a certain class or a certain style, you should do that rather than being a slave to the meta. And I don't mean that to be like disparaging, because I know some people really like seeing big number. I'm guilty of it too. And you know, maybe it's like a year and a half ago, I guess before CC2, Shaman DPS was tough, right? Enhancement wasn't great. You could still twist, and you were kind of put in that spot if you were enhancement. An elemental was just like flash powder, or at least that's how your mana felt. And then it changed. Elemental became a lot more viable because of really good mana sustain and some changes and tweaks in it. And now we're on, I don't know if they call it CC 2.5 or CC 3. I don't know what they're officially calling it, but things have changed again. So, like, I think what's more important is understanding that it's a living game, and the Turtle team's done a lot to make almost every playstyle somehow viable and enjoyable. Like, each spec has like a reason to exist nowadays. I don't think there's many exceptions to that rule now. I'm trying to think. No, I think every spec has a reason to exist and is good in its own right. Is it the best? It might not be, but that can also change. That can literally change 1 week when, you know, dev goes, hey, hey, this thing's broken. Oh, let me just put a couple commands in here. Oh, boom. Instantly it's changed. So that's why I suggest playing what you enjoy, because it can, like, how quote unquote good it is can change. What's more important is that you enjoy it, because then you'll play it despite how quote unquote good or meta it is. If that makes any sense. Sorry if that was long-winded. No, wait, no, I'm not sorry. That's what I do. That's my shtick. Philip, I saw your chat comment where you say public domain. I think you're a little bit behind. Make sure to refresh. Although you're going to hear this about 10 minutes too late, but by then I'll see you 10 minutes in the future. So, hi. Yeah. The banishing of totem twisting was a godsend to Shaman. Genuinely, more than anything. There's like some current issues with Shaman. Like, really, I don't even do PvP, and I understand it's a PvP move, but Purge having an 8-second cooldown. There are genuinely a couple encounters where, like in AQ20, there's that one wave. I know it's niche, but if you don't have priests and you have like a shaman or two, you just can't do it, because nothing can purge that little buff they get. 8 seconds, I don't know how that's balanced for PvP. Even I know, with my limited knowledge about PvP, like, if you don't know anything about PvP and you're a shaman, that's okay. You hit this one button and you win. Okay, that does seem a little strong. Purge is a very strong ability. Removes 2 buffs from opponents. Yeah, that's very strong. I think we're all in agreement about that. 8-second cooldown, a little heavy with the nerf bat. Maybe it varies up the gameplay for some shamans who were just doing that. Yeah, hey Philip, glad you're back with us. Someone just now in guild chat, Shaman is always good. Yeah, there are people like myself who just enjoy Elemental Shaman. Like, I just always have. It's fun. You shoot lightning bolts. You have chain lightning. You get to wear mail. You look badass. You got these totems. You can flex into heal things. Now you can even tank if you've got the gear for it. I love the lore. I love the feel of the class. I think those are more important things, right? I like Vrograg. Vrograg's my rogue. And like, Rogue's in a really great spot. Probably in a should get nerfed in raid spot. But I'm also not raiding with Vrograg, so it's not really my situation to worry about. Oh, really, man? Oh, that's right. By the way, if you don't know, on Turtle WoW, if you open a container, it'll act as like an aggro pulse. So if you open a chest near a bunch of mobs, even if they're not aggroed on you, when you open the chest, it'll aggro them. So just be more. That's actually an old vanilla behavior that Classic somehow lost. They restored it. So some people, here's when it's important. If you're doing a Scarlet Monastery run, there's that chest in the first big main room you go to. In Classic, you could just open it and walk away as a level 60. Now when you open it, you have to fight those guys. So there's my tip of the day with the the chests. If you want to shoot lightning, I'll go play TOR. I don't know what that is. Either way, like, I play a Tauren Shaman as an elemental DPS. That is so suboptimal. Berserking is right there. It's looking me in the face saying, hey, would you like some free haste? And I go, no, I want to be a cow. Do you know what? I've told this many times on my stream, but the real reason why my shaman main is a Tauren is way back when I was grinding to get Vrograg's tier 0.5 or tier 0 hat. I was going to Scholomance a lot. And there was a shaman that was helping me out every now and then. He was like healing, I think. And yeah, I'd be at Scholomance and he'd be like, oh, hey, I'll be right there. And I watched him just zoom across the water. And I didn't realize it until later that, like, oh, as a shaman, you can do water walking and then plains running. That is the quickest way to traverse water. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. And literally, I think a couple days later, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should make a shaman. Just follow your passion. Follow what brings you joy. That stupid thing brings me joy. But every time I do an AQ20 run, and you're right in that middle area with all like the bugs and the little obsidian dudes, you gotta believe I'm putting water walking on all my homies, Tauren homies, and saying, hey, you guys want to run on the water a little bit? They don't aggro if you're LOS of them? Well, Larazia, that's fine, but in Scarlet Monastery, the chest is like next to them. There's nothing you can LOS with. And that is how I think it should work anyway. Oh, yeah, Vlad. I mean, making a video is a pretty... I have a curse of, like, feeling like I need things to be perfect, even though they don't need to be. And that's a pressure I put on myself. And by and large, I mean, I'm still doing weekly news content. It's just all on the radio now. Hold on, I gotta get a lozenge. My throat's starting to hurt. That is, by the way, that is something the Turtle team gave me. Someone there, they know who they are. Spread a cold around to a bunch of people. It's only frustrating because I got back and I'm all excited to do a bunch of stuff. And then it's like, ugh, now I have a cold. Come on, get that. Come on, get that. Yeah, there it is. Died when I tried to jump to the gnome area? Isn't that here? Huh. Okay. But yeah. I think, Vlad, you might have missed it, but I was talking about, like, my idea for, like, the next video I think I want to do. Kind of making, like, an open essay talking about, like, the history of intellectual property and sort of, like, how we tell stories and enjoy things. And how, like, just like talking about some of the history of that. Because, you know, there's a certain level of openness we all have with, like, the lore and concepts. And it's always kind of weird to just own a concept. I understand owning something that's, you know, truly a copyrightable work. There's you know, obviously there's a distinction there, but it can get fuzzy at times, no? Try making tea from time to time. So I have this thing with tea. No shame on tea, but I only drink tea when I am having trouble going to sleep. I know I'm not alone in this, but what this has made in me is sort of a Pavlovian response that when I make tea, my brain and my body thinks, oh, we must be going to sleep soon. So tea surreptitiously makes me sleepy. And, you know, Lorazia, I was kind of surprised that that guy on top of that pyramid still assaulted me. Because I'm like, I was pretty sure I knew about the LOS stuff. Also, if you're a rogue, remember, the little Klakora guys, they're humanoids. That means you can pickpocket them. And you can get all their delicious fish. Something, this is for the community. If you have a hunter friend, these raw spinefin halibut, they are level 45 food, which if you look over here, roasted quail, it's sort of like the gold standard for most meat that hunter pets want. Spinefin halibut, hunters like this too. So if you have a hunter friend, and you're grinding on, you know, these Nagas and the Klakoras, and you're just going to vendor this, you know what? Send it to a hunter. They'll appreciate it. Well, no, abiotic, what I will say is that I specifically drink herbal tea. Not caffeinated tea, obviously, when I'm trying to go to sleep. Lorazia asks me a question about the meta that I'm not up on, and I'll just nod my head and go, yep, that was planned. Dissolvent poison. How is it meant to be used? I can tell you how it's meant to be used. Because right now it is just used on all weapons regardless of content because of the insane damage. Alright, well I do have some in my bag here, I think. Here's dissolvent poison. It says 20% chance to poison an enemy instantly, inflicting 127 to 171 damage. This damage ignores armor. I think most poison would. Alright. Let's look at... I should have some instant poison on me. Do I not? I should. Okay, it was just right below. This does 143 to 178 nature damage. So on the tin, you would expect this to do more. But remember, there might be resist tables. A couple things that I know I've heard about. Although I don't think the team has any plans to ever make it a thing. These effects from these instant poisons, they can crit. So you can actually get spell critical effects to actually make this hit a little harder. Remember too, we have the new and improved Assassination Tree, which you can get things like Envenom, which makes your poison hit harder. Now, I think the reason why Dissolvent Poison's probably hitting harder is because it just ignores every resistance, because it's designed to. The way it was designed, I believe, was that, hey, we have something called Corrosive Poison. This also was designed to affect things that rogues could not affect with their poison. So this is like elementals, and that's like a big one. And I think golems, like constructs, don't get poison. Do ghosts get poison? Anyway, some things aren't affected by poison, and a big chunk of rogues' damage comes from poison. So there's encounters where like, hey, what do you do here? You just lost a bunch of your damage. So the team said, oh, we'll put corrosive poison into the game. And the idea here is that it will affect things that poison doesn't normally affect, and as a trade-off, it does slightly less damage. And if you look at its counterpart, which should be deadly poison, which is right here, 152 to 156 nature damage over 12 seconds, stacks up to 5 times. 144 to 148 damage over 12 seconds, stacks up to 5 times. So you can see it's very similar, It's just meant to be slightly less damaging. But the problem is, I believe when stuff never gets resisted, it actually makes a bigger impact than the small damage differential. I'm guessing that's what's happening. That's wild speculation. I don't really raid with Frograg. Buzztronic says, the gnome told me the fizz disc was something I was cooking up back in Gnomergan. I wonder if people used to say cooking in that sense back in 2004. Yeah, why not? I mean, colloquially, cooking's just sort of putting something together. Also, I have not been killing nearly as many Nagas as I should. Nagas are the big moneymaker. Oh, I was here because I want to see if there was any stone scale eels pools. I don't think there are. I mean, there are, but I think it's been fished up, so I'll go back to the eels. The Naga. Hello, Ricardon. Yes, turtle way is the way. I don't know what that means, but I like it. So I don't know what rogues are doing. I do know when I've been checking like my logs when I do like my weekly knacks, I'm like, huh, rogues are on top a lot more than they used to be. What happened? Maybe the poisons is the reason. I don't know. I didn't look into it. I do know there's a very powerful and potent fire spec that elemental shamans have been utilizing. It's probably going to get nerfed. It's very, very powerful in single target. I was experimenting with it last night. It needs to be nerfed. But I mean, even back in the old days, the old vanilla developers, they look at that. Did you see that? We got a golden pearl. Wait, hold on. How close is it to? Guys, it's almost 5 o'clock locally. You know what that means? 8 minutes until I unveil something really stupid that I built up. Way more than it needs to be. It says it's worth 22. The price might have went down because the cat's out of the bag a little bit, right? But let's see. Let's see what we can get for the golden pearl. Not a loonstone. Don't trick myself. There it is. Yeah, hold on, wait. I want to check something. There's a lot. Well, this isn't even. Was there even a second page? Oh my god, there's not even a second page. That's wild. So yeah, it's still in pretty limited amounts. This means there's only 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's like about 20 on the auction house in Northernor. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll match 22. That's pretty good money for a good old clam raker. You should really utilize the feature of hiding the stuff you don't want to sell in Ox. Nah. You can't. Lorazio, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I'm an old orc. Right? I can't learn new stuff. I haven't even updated my Ox because it looked different and it scared me. Oh yeah, Soap, I know. I really like season 1 of The Mandalorian. But then I heard really bad things about Season 2, and I'm like, well, I'll just pretend Season 2 doesn't exist and move on with my life. Of course, my cat, Mandalore, was named Mandalore well before The Mandalorian show. And I always feel bad, because then it's like... It's only because Murag is a huge Star Wars nerd, big fan of the Old Republic, and the Mandalorians played a big role in some of like that the Old Republic stuff. Really interesting storylines. I didn't really get into it. It just wasn't like my thing. But when we rescued our cat, he looked like he had been through a war zone. He was like at least a year old and was a tomcat. He was really muscular, and his like rescue picture, he had like scars and like bloody parts of his fur. His shelter name was Stallone because he was just such a muscular boy. And I looked at him, I'm like, oh, I think it was my idea. Murrow could correct me later if I'm wrong. And I'm like, we should call him Mandalore. He's like, you like Star Wars, and he's clearly a badass warrior. Thus Mandalore was born. Or dubbed. So I'm here. I wonder if this will change anything. Actually, let me kill this guy first. Whew, got to the mute button just in time. Didn't want to blow your eardrums out with me coughing. All right, let's see if I change my angle of attack here, will he not attack me? Laxelv, I hate to... Oh, wow, that really is all it is. So because I took the lockbox from here, I have line of sight. But when I take it over here, he noticed. And Laxelv, I didn't... Yeah, I know the Acolyte got a lot of hate. I didn't think it was, like, terrible or something. I guess I'm sort of just a glutton for, like, cool star saber fights. This is fun. I don't really take it that seriously. What I did like is that it called into question, the storyline of it called into question the true morality of the Jedi, which is something that doesn't really get looked at or examined much in a lot of the media. So I like that part. So, some of it was kind of smarmy and dumb, and it's like, I don't know. I think people take their media a little too seriously. Says a guy who's role-playing as a news org, but I didn't really have a dog in the fight. I saw people dogpiling, and I'm like, yeah, it wasn't the best, but like, I enjoyed it. I'm sad because it got so much bad press, and there was one scene where I can't even remember now, but someone had a lightsaber whip, and I'm like, oh, that looks so cool. Sometimes that's all it takes. You can just see something and go, oh, that's cool. I don't know why they haven't done that yet. My real disappointment with that show had nothing to do with what anyone was really complaining about. This is the real complaint I have with the Acolyte. You have Carrie-Anne Moss right there, and you kill her off in episode 1? That was almost enough for me to go, oh, really? They killed her right now? I love Carrie-Anne Moss, who many people would know as Trinity from The Matrix. They just changed Kaidi Mundi just like that, which was blasphemy. Oh wait, is that like the guy with like the tentacles and like the black eyes? See, I guess that's why it didn't bother me as much, because like I'm not as married to all the lore and stuff. I've heard a lot about it from Murrog, who might I think she didn't mind it either. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but you know, to her, a lot of like the expanded Star Wars universe was very formative, like I'm trying to remember. It's like a Thrawn trilogy, or is there an Admiral Thrawn? I don't remember. Something Mara Jade. I don't know, man. Listen, if you have someone you love, you just listen to them. You don't have to remember everything, but just make sure you listen. I can't remember all that. Love Murrog, but I didn't really care that much about Star Wars lore. Mara Jade Pog. Yeah, see, I knew there'd be a Mara Jade lover here. Wait, was that like... Was that Luke's wife or daughter? I don't remember. I know everything in Expanded Universe had something to do with Luke, probably. Wife, yeah, okay. I will say, I really enjoyed the story that I played through 2 stories, I think, but I really liked the operative storyline of Star Wars: The Old Republic. That was really good. I didn't realize it at the time, but that was like one of the top rated storylines, I guess. Sorry, Sith operative? Well, I guess the Jedi didn't have operative. They called it something else. It's been a while. How Luke got treated in The Last Jedi. So, Lax Elf, that perfectly dovetails with why perhaps gigantic corporations shouldn't be the curators of the things we love so much just because they bought it. You can as an individual. And I know it's hard because marketing is insidious, but you can look at something and go, I don't care about that. That's not real for me. I'm just going to choose that, this is true. Just because a company buys the logo doesn't mean they're the true curators of something. That just means they bought a logo. Buying the logo doesn't buy the heart of your community. Think about that. So it's a new thing you've been working on. I've only been outlining it, but it's just talking about like the history of copyright with fantasy and sci-fi, essentially, and games too, to a certain extent, because those are related media. But how it's just been interesting. Like over my lifetime, I've seen so many different attitudes and takes about like who owns stuff, and I'm not exactly in the camp of there's no such thing as intellectual property. I don't know if I'm willing to go that deep. It just seems like such an extreme point of view to take. But it is a weird concept to own the idea of something. Luke is good, but he was always flawed. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know what I liked from the most recent Star Wars trilogy? I think it was in the second movie. There was like a scene where there was like an alien casino. I don't know why, but I just really liked that scene. I wish it lasted longer. I like the idea of an alien casino. It just seems so cool. Guys, it doesn't take much to like excite me, to entertain me. I'm a simple orc, okay? I can enjoy things like clam raking on the beach of Ashara. Have you heard of the free software movement? I think I have. It's called Pirate Everything. I've been doing it before they existed. I do genuinely believe, though, a little less joking, you should be able to support developers, support work that you like, support work that you want to continue seeing be made. And I don't think I'm the kind of person who... What I will say is that I'm so firmly against the concept of like marketing. Let the products speak for itself. Don't tell me it's good. Show me it's good. Why should I ever buy something based on the company that's publishing its word that it's good? And if you're a baller on a budget, I always support trying before you're buying, if you know what I mean. But if you do like a game, you got to pony up the dough. You got to make it happen. I'm sorry. It's just the thief's code, okay? There is honor among thieves, and you have to do your part. I wish when Carrie Fisher passed, they would have changed The Last Jedi, though. She could have died at the start. Yeah, I mean, probably one of the enduring, troubling legacies of the most recent Star Wars trilogy is what they did with, like, recreating the likeness of people. Was it Admiral Tarkin, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's his name. Admiral Tarkin, he'd been dead. He'd been in the grave for a while. God rest his soul. It is creepy. I know it's like an uncanny valley thing, but it's just so weird, man. Like, just get a guy that looks like him. You know how many actors there are that would love that role, and you're like, nah, we're gonna pay a bunch of underpaid computer CGI artists a quarter of the cost to make a bad facsimile of that person. That's wild to me. Same thing with Carrie Fisher. I just do not like that. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but that just, it feels gross, no? It feels gross? It feels gross. Oh yeah, and Loch Ness, I mean, here's the thing. Disney, and I know this is extreme to say, but Disney could buy the Star Wars rights, right? For the amount of money they paid for it. It was like billions of dollars. They could have released a movie that was just a black screen, and I guarantee you opening night, a bunch of people would have watched it. Even if early reviewers said, this movie's bad, it's just a black screen. Like, that's why I always have this thing against marketing. Marketing, and I'm sorry, I come from a different time, but marketing is the reason why people use Apple products. I'm just gonna call it like I see it. And if you're an Apple fanboy, that's all right, man. I still respect you. That's all right. I'm a sucker for advertisement too. I just try to be aware of it. That's all. I try to keep it in check. Also, where did my sword go? Do I have my sword equipped? I do. What am I doing? I thought I had my fishing rod equipped. Thunder Fury goes across my back, so sometimes I think I have my fishing rod. And there it is. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Beef and Butter. Exactly. Someone would go in and be like, you don't understand. Like, they're saying something really bold about the Star Wars. Like, you guys just aren't thinking about it. I mean, I think I don't know, what was the first one? The Force Awakens? That's all right. Like, it was just a panel for panel, like, retelling of the first movie. But guess what? The first movie's great, so it just kind of worked. But yeah, the second and third movie were just, ugh. I don't know, man. Like, I remember when I was here's the thing. I was in the movie theater. I mean, okay, I'm married to like a Star Wars mega fan, so I was going to have to see the movies. Even if reviewers said, like, this will actually kill you if you watch it, Murug's like, you know what, though? It's not 100% death rate, so we're going to go watch it. She's dedicated. And it's been really hard on her seeing what Disney has slowly made Star Wars into. I feel bad for her. Same thing happened with Dragon Age. Dragon Age enjoyers. Sorry, man. The people that pay money to own an intellectual property do not care about the property. They care about the money they can make with the property. That's just how it works. Oh, Loch Ness. Rogue One is great, except for that Tarkin scene. Also, I was kind of mid on Rogue One. I guess, like when I watched it, I thought it was good. I wasn't like, it didn't like blow me out of the water. Season 2 of Andor, and season 1 to a lesser extent. Now that legitimately, you could have taken that out of Star Wars, and that would have been an amazing show. And that's what I'm getting. That's my point. You see, there's a certain point where like good craftsmanship, good work, passion in what you're doing, that matters more than the IP. The IP is what brings the eyeballs, because somewhere in our monkey brain we say, Star Wars. Me like Star Wars. This must be good. And I don't know how many times they're gonna keep pulling the wool over our eyes and be like, guys, this time it's good. Oh my goodness, guys, you didn't tell me it was 5. Here's the stupid thing I had to reveal. Can you, oh, hold on, my head's right in front of it. Can you see that? That right there? That's a Turtle WoW banner. Hey, Turtle Team. A rogue snuck into your base and took your flag. Welcome to the world's largest Warsong Gulch. Your move. It was left out, and I thought maybe it might get thrown away or something, so I made sure it was properly taken care of. Also, looks great as a background for me. Fills up that blank space. It's like right next to, well, it's hard to see the Bulbasaur. Hold on. There's the Bulbasaur light. But then, like, my forehead's too shiny, and I don't like that. No one wants to see my shiny-ass forehead. It's still shiny, it's just less shiny when I have the backlight on. Anyway, Turtle Team can't stop me now. I got their flag. I am literally... Wait, guys, how does Warsong Gulch work? Crap, do they have my flag? I haven't gained any points yet. Well, oh, no. Dang it. Look at all this junk I caught, though. Hey, does anyone have a hunter that wants some halibut? I really appreciate the fact that pretty much only I care about the flag. Soap Lava says, I was expecting Finn to become a Jedi from what the trailers were showing. Yeah, and there was also like... Oh, right. Sorry, Lorazia is still railing about dissolvent poison. I'm halfway through a Skolo, and so far the rogue's dissolvent did 50% of his damage. Now, that seems like a lot. That seems like it might be a bit too much. It's normally like, what, like 10 to 20% of your damage? From like my old memories. I remember, I think it was that the third movie? I don't know. There was like some scene where like Finn was sinking in some quicksand or something and was going, oh, like, what was her name? I don't know. Like, oh, there's something I gotta tell you. And then he never follows up on that. Billion-dollar company cannot pay an editor to look at something and say, hey, we never have a payoff for this statement. We should cut this out of the movie, which was already pretty long. I don't know, man. I feel like he probably would have if like all three movies had like the same director. Knowing Disney Star Wars, he'll become one in the comics or something dumb. I mean, it would be cool. Like, he had like a really compelling backstory, actually. I think that's one of the things I liked the most about the first movie. So you have this vision of, not all of these stormtroopers are like of single mind and purpose. Some of them do not want to be stormtroopers. I thought that was a cool storyline beat, but there was like zero payoff to it. Meanwhile, I'm just hoping the whole time that Finn and Poe Dameron get a room for the sexual tension that I could cut with a knife. Ray, thank you. Man, how delayed is stream? Are all of you forgetting to refresh? Hold on, wait, let me check something. Do I have it on? What bitrate do I have it on? Yeah, it's on low latency. Yeah, it just happens over time. I want Darth Jar Jar movie. You know what, man? Here's the thing. This goes into my larger point. You should be able to make the Darth Jar Jar movie. As bad as it is. Because, I mean, like, I'm just assuming you don't really have, like, much experience in movie making business. But I believe it is your God-given right that you have had to suffer through Jar Jar. And you know what? Now is your chance. Go make that movie. Just do it. I'm sure Disney will come around and go like, you can't do that. That's our stuff. It's like, well, then make the story. Well, we're not going to take that direction. It's like, okay, whatever, man. Here, have it. Anyway, I'm just going to like put it online and then people can watch it. And, it wasn't me. It slipped out of my hard drive. Like, that's what I'm getting at. I think that is a much closer parallel to Turtle Wow than anything else. Or you see something and you're like, you know what would be cool if like I did this thing? It's really hard to think of Turtle Wow other than like I met these people. They're not like mafiosos in back rooms going like, we're gonna extract all the money from these people. Like, no, that's what Blizzard does, man. Like, they know better. I'm gonna beat that horse dead, I swear. Free Shagu. Placebo! Hello, how's it going? I love saying your name because I remember I got it on the first try, first time you popped into stream. I'm gonna clear out some of this junk. No more gold pearls, though. I just got smoked by a Pop-Tart. Not sure what that means. Well, that statement's going to live in my head for a while. Oh, jeez. Damn. I don't know if your teeth are soft or maybe they just make Pop-Tarts different where you are. Yeah, Soap, I have seen it. Also, I want to say, I long time posited that. I wish I had like proof. But a long time ago, I mean, I think around the time of the prequel trilogy, it was like a colloquial thing that we all kind of joked around about because no one really liked Jar Jar that much, at least back then. It was like, yeah, man, it was Jar Jar who sold out everyone. Jar Jar's the bad guy. So, like, it's not like a new concept to me. Yeah, Blue Sibo. Hopefully you don't live in the U.S., because if you do, as my doctor put it, oh, teeth? You mean luxury bones. That's what they are in the U.S. They're luxury bones. You have to pay extra for them. Because reasons. Another gold pearl. We can't stop winning over here. Look at that. Right, but Lucebo, I'm assuming maybe it isn't different. Maybe it is different or not different. I don't know. But like in the US, almost all insurances will say like, that's like cosmetic. If you want to get something like a crown, or, you know what I mean? Or like a root canal, they're like, well, okay, so you're trying to keep a dead tooth, but really, you should just pull it. It's cheaper, so just pull it. Like, their end game is to get everyone on dentures. So if you want anything that isn't like denture care, you gotta pay. Implants, crowns, stuff like that. It's all cosmetic. God forbid you want a functional set of teeth, because that's cosmetic actually, because you can just rip all your teeth and just put dentures in, and that's the same thing, clearly. So anyway, I live in a hellscape. Hello, Jim Legime. How are you doing? Yes, Placebo. I think at times stream can be a little political, but I don't know, man. I mean, anyone who's international, who's not from the US, I'm sure you've seen what's going on in the US. It might seem crazy to you. It is crazy. Very unprecedented. Not a great time, but you know what? I like my streams to be chill. I like it to be a place to hang out and chat. I can deal with my own neuroses. We play games to escape reality. We don't gotta dwell on that stuff. Because it's very easy to. And ultimately, unless I'm organizing some kind of a protest and or riot, it's not going to amount to anything. What we need should I say that? I will say this in good conscience. I think people need to meet each other. I think policymakers, rich, poor people, all over the spectrum, they need to start rubbing shoulders a little bit more. Be aware of each other's circumstance. I can't imagine like everyone's narcissistic and uncaring. Maybe that's naive of me, but I think isolation is at times a root cause for a lot of the world's ills. Media, video games isolate a lot of us and don't get us to be engaged with our community locally. And that's disenfranchising, and that's then disempowering. And I think that is the root cause for a lot of issues. But they are building a ballroom. Did you hear? Who's building a ballroom? I want you guys to know how happy I choose to live by not staying glued to media. This sounds like a headline I just don't know about. The U.S. the only place where a funeral can become a political rally? No, I mean, I know about that, but it's not the only time that's happened in American history, nor will be the last. It just really depends on who wants to make that politically advantageous. I think anyone at any part of the spectrum can do that, honestly. They're building a ballroom? Huh? I still don't get what the ballroom is about. And I'm really hoping it's one of those ball pits with all the plastic balls. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, those things are little disease vectors in and of themselves, but okay, let's see. Did we get anything nice? We got a couple more junk boxes. All right, I'm going to have to vendor a bunch of this junk, see how we're doing. Oh, you know, I'm going to not relog, I'm going to reload, because I got some mail that gave me a little bit of gold, so I want to see how much gold I've actually made here. Don't worry, it didn't, well, the game froze, but only temporarily. Okay, so over here. All right. All right, that's this session. So if I go here, let's see how we did. All right, what else can I sell here? Oh, I do have a tailor. All right, I'll have to send that over. Get rid of the meat, get rid of the chaff fish. I don't need that. I'll probably buy that again at another point. I have plenty of these pearls laying around, but they're decently valuable to at least a vendor. These can be disenchanted. Don't need more flash powder. Clam raking's been okay. I mean, so it only says I made 2 gold here, right? But this is my second pearl. Even if I only get 20 gold for them, that's still 40 gold. That's not bad. I also got some stone scale eel. Those are roughly a gold. So like 50 gold in a little over an hour. It's not, that ain't peak performance, but it's decent. Also, is there anyone that wants me to mail these halibut to a hunter? If you do, just say the name of the hunter. I'll do it. Mystery M? Yeah. Kind of. Oh, look, that, guys, it actually sold. 22, let's go. Let's go. All right. Nograg is my cloth guy. Unfert, that's my disenchanting. Oh. I guess I should have health potions on me. There's no reason not to. Eddie Spaghetti. Oh, sorry. Amanthwanta. Yeah, I got you. Did you spell it right? No, sorry. Amath? Anta? Did I spell it right? Amathaunta. All right. Here, have some fish. I'll keep these to the side because I'm going to bottle them up later. Oh, also, Rumsey Rum. This isn't as valued as it used to be, but it's still decently valued. I can get rid of the Dust of Decay, too. You know, when I factor in how much the golden pearls are worth, it's actually decent. I'm surprised it sold so quickly. Hold on. Let's check out golden pearls again. I know, but see, here's the thing. I thought you were in the guild. So generally the mail add-on will autofill people from the guild. So I was a little surprised it didn't fill in. Ace, do you have a mage because I don't have much stamina? That's very wise. Wait, is this me? Hold on, wait. Who's... I think that's me, no? Wait, no, it can't be. No? I have a couple other things. By the way, these were things I got from that 15-minute window, by the way. I also got that in that 15-minute window. It's kind of wild. All right, anyway, someone's trying to undercut my prices. But I will be undersold? Yeah. Someone will buy it. Maybe. Anyway, the Golden Pearl market is way inflated right now, so we making money. You're on your other... I know, but you don't have to be on a character for it to auto-populate, is what I'm saying, man. Like, so the mail add-on will just auto-populate from people from your guild, I believe. Hold on, let me show you. So I'm in Blackwing Guard. And I know we have, like, some guild banks. So if I just, like, send mail to, like, BWG. See all these names? There's the Christmas one, Kara, Books, Cloth. I've never sent anything to BWG Cloth, but it knows it's there. That's why I was surprised your name didn't pop up. So I thought you were in guild. All right. I don't know where that rogue went, but my fish. Oh, wait. I use them as a mage because I know how much. Yes. Actually, sorry. I understand now, Buzz, what you meant. Yes, that is a good idea. Now, like, technically, I think your best in slot alcohol is the Medivh's Merlot Blue. If you really want to get it, pretty expensive. And I think it gives something like 8 int or something. It's not nothing, but sent you something handsome. Like good looking for the orc? Hold on. I'll put it on. Oh crap. Wait, where's my Iblis? Where's my Iblis? Oh no. Lipsticks marks? Ooh. Very nice. I won't tell Murok. It'll be our dark secret. It's just funny because I think I heard her just pull up. No, it can't be her. It'd be too early. I was like, oh man, the timing on that. You know, I thought I might have more to share about, like, my adventurous trip to go visit the turtle team. There's like more I want to share, but I'm not. I can say this. I did talk to some of the narrative and story people, and they laid out some stuff. Maybe because I'm a squeaky wheel about it, but specifically about stuff that's being developed storyline-wise for the Horde. And listen, if you're a Horde player and you like the Horde, you like Horde lore, you're gonna like what comes down the pipe. You're gonna like it. I listened to it and I was like fist bumping while listening to it. The radio takeover? I mean, that was just the 3 DJs deciding one day at the meeting that they wanted to broadcast together. Because honestly, they are... Yeah, I think they're quite publicly not living in the same place. So it was a rare opportunity for them to get together and do a show together. It was something else to like, I got to observe it happen. You want Arcane Infused Gem to be more than a wasted bag space? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty tough to get too, right? You got to do the whole like month-long or whatever quest to get that ZG. That is tough. I feel you. I feel you. Oh, wait, no, is that the BWL trinket? My bad. One is aggressively German, one is aggressively Dutch, and the last one is just aggressively aggressive. Yes. They could conceivably all live in the same place, but I think that would be silly to think. I mean, they might change it. They also might change something with Hunter. Like, here, let me show you something. Let me just... Why? A rogue's already been here and pickpocketed? Gasp. That's not right. All right, let me show you something. I still have it. I know I still have it. All right. This is the BWL trinket for rogues. Let me ask you a question. Before the most recent rogue changes, this is utter garbage. Now it's like a hold on, wait a second. So maybe hold out hope. I don't know. But I actually kept this as a threat trinket for when I would do tanking with Vrograg. Because there's threat poison. So I was like, oh, if I can get my threat poison to proc more, my threat might be better. See, there's my threat poison. So that's why I have this. So, you know, maybe someday. But that thing was just collecting dust in my bank too. Hey, Turtle Team. Are you upset that I have your flag? Is that what this is about? I don't remember being a hedgehog. I hope I can still fish. Am I a mount? Hold on, wait. I gotta try a couple things. Can I sleep? Oh, there's a sleeping animation. I look kind of dead, but... Okay, hold on. Do I have a dance? Has this always been in the game? What is going on? Who's watching? Hold on, wait. I'm trying to think, is there any other... Usually mounts don't have more than that. This looks like a mount. Does it have like an... Okay. Just checking some of the other animations. Okay, let's check the walking animation. Back walking animation. Forward walking. Got the gallop. And that's just quicker backwards. Strafe. Okay. Animations are pretty good on this. Until I just did that. Huh. What is this called? Nope, that's not it. It does look like it's from retail. I don't know. Are there any retail enjoyers here that know what this is? Hold on, wait. Does it have a fart animation? Oh, it does have a sit animation. Oh, that's adorable. It isn't a mount I've ever seen. Don't think it's retail. But it's in the game. So, like, I don't have a custom patch for this. Oh, yeah. Does it have a root animation? No. Doesn't have... No. So, it just has, like... It has pretty much the bear animations, I think. Yeah, I think it's... I almost want to... Hold on. What? Ah, dang it. Show yourself. It was funny because I when I was in my inventory, I noticed like my point of view changed a little bit. Did the GMs break my animations? This has only happened since they did that. Oh, that's cool. Hold on. That isn't in the store, right? Wrong store. Looks like a mount. Yeah, I have no clue what that is. Oh! Lorazi, do you mean that might actually be like... No, because it's clearly a mount. That can't be another bear glyph, right? It would be a very cute bear glyph, though. You're still trying to solve the ID number of Cherry's Draenei? I'm not going to help you with that. I don't want space goats in my game. Nah, it can't be a pet. It had a saddle on its back. It's got to be a mount. Shout outs to whatever GM's watching. The walking thing is a shape. Well, yeah, but the thing is that I got shape shifted. So, I think that had more to do with the fact that it borrowed animations from Bear is probably why that happened. The way the keyframes and animation work, I think that's what happened. What is the name of that Draenei from then Vrogag? So I know never to ask for it so you don't have to see space goats. You almost got me. Ask Cherry. She'll tell you. She'll tell you. Oh, hold on. Wait a second. I have to check Discord. Oh, boy. Now, I think it was in announcements. Okay. September 26th is in 3 days. That's going to be a Friday. Oh, I have stuff to do Friday. I kind of wanted to cover the race to server first molten core clear for Ambershire. But I may have a previous engagement to go see a certain... Sorry, I have a lozenge. To see a certain DJ who may or may not be local to me. And a certain radio manager who may also be local to me. You have delicious pizza? That's a gift. Don't waste that. Delicious pizza is a gift worth keeping. Don't share. Also, what is up with my gear? What am I doing here? Is this like an Agi? No, this is kind of like a tanky set. What am I doing? I normally just run around my bone scythe set. There's no reason not to. I know there's been a lot of talk about like maximizing Agi. See, when you do Blade Flurry, your energy is reduced by 20%, your energy reduced, and then oh, hold on. Kind of remember how this works. It's hard to keep up with the times, guys. I'm just an old man. Here it is. Increase your melee attack speed by 5% and reduces the time between your energy regeneration ticks by an amount equal to your agility. more effective than Blade Rush rank 1. So, I know there's a lot of rogues that are running around with a gear set that favors higher agility over attack power, because now it's even more valuable, which I think is funny because I have a bunch of the high agi stuff from doing rogue tanking. But I have this stupid cloak on that's only good for druids now. You see how the equip says you have a 2% chance when struck to be dodged by 20? It didn't always used to say that. It used to say something way cooler, like, you can dodge better now. Now it's like you have to get hit. And that's what's giving me this buff. Shifting image passive, I believe. I have been looking at the numbers, though. I think this toggleable... Oh, wow. Look at all these lockboxes. The toggleable Blade Flurry's really been making waves for rogues. I was given it from Cherry after putting a ticket and sitting, waiting for a rare spawn to tame, crying that I was starved to death. Isn't Cherry the best? I love Cherry. Even though she likes Draenei, I still appreciate her, you know? You know, we all have our faults. Yeah. She is a genuine credit to the community. Wait, did that not open? And she and I mean, I've had some private chats with her. She and I see eye to eye on a lot of things about the community. We both voraciously defend the community. We do not like when people mess with the community. She gets all mama bear mode, and I get all indignant and upset, as if I'll change anything. But all right, let's get some more stone scale. Don't tell Cherry that Deadmines is VC. Yeah, Cherry can tell me whatever she wants. I'll be like, oh, you're right. Who am I to disagree with Cherry? What are gnomes to me? Gnomes are the proud race championed by Lizzie Babs, a.k.a. Little Karen, a.k.a. Big Karen. There's several other Karens. Cherry told me to tell you that you can tell me what the name of the space goats are. They're called Bad Draenei. You can look them up on the database as stupid space goats. It should come right up. Come right away. Also, low key, this clam raking business has actually not been too bad. You know, you get the stone scale whenever you see it. You get clams. You get golden pearls. The greens aren't too bad. Oh, yeah, you know what? Maybe they didn't update the database yet, Placebo. You have no idea what Karen means? Oh, no. Lil Karen. Like Lilkaren. The warlock of some renown. That's Lizzie Babs. Anytime you see Lizzie Babs in chat, that's who that is. Yeah, Lil Karen. You'd think that, but instead they're just an old Turtle WoW veteran like myself. I used to raid with Little Karen for a long time, but my guild's too casual. Lil Karen still likes us. It's fine. They got a SoundCloud? No, but you know who does have a SoundCloud? Joseph Keys, who made, I believe, the Stormwrought Ruins soundtrack was recently released on SoundCloud. Available now. You can go listen to the whole thing. Even if you haven't done Stormwrought Ruins, you can still listen to it. It's good stuff. And see, that's what real advertisement is right there. I'll just keep me in combat for real. Lorazia, they said they fix out in the 19th changelog. They said they changed it. In fact, hold on. Where is this? I'm getting the. Let me see if I can find the article. This is what I put in the recent. If you guys listen to my radio news, you know that when I get to doing the changelog roundup, I do it like light RP. I like to have some fun with it. Trying to find it here. Get some water before I read this. The archaeological expedition studying Stormrot ruins announced a successful lifting of what they termed the Perpetual Unease Curse. Several bosses within the newly discovered dungeon had been locking visitors in permanent combat status, preventing them from resting or eating to restore their strength and stamina. Lead archaeologist Dr. Ironbeard explained that the dark curse embedded in the ruins made adventurers feel constantly threatened, never at ease enough to properly rest even if supposedly safe moments. However, enough brave expeditions have now cleared the ruins that the accumulated positive energy has finally broken the ancient curse, allowing future visitors to find moments of peace within the dungeon's chambers. That was from the 19th changelog. So I think it's been, I don't know if it's been fixed. The team said it's fixed. I bring you the news that the team says they did. I can't confirm it. I can confirm that the team said they fixed it. Somehow Stormrot is mentioned today, though. Oh, did they release another one today? No, let me check. Also, me server status. Yeah. Can I show this? Yes. Hold on. If I go to this channel, what happens if I go to this channel? Are the names truncated? Hold on. Let me see if I can get this to do the thing that I wanted to do without. It's just Discord. This is public Discord, so I'm just going to show it once I find where my top screen is. Whoop. Okay. Hold on. Let me show you guys something that's a little upsetting to old Vrograg. Just a little upsetting. Who's this? Who's this? Oh, your Turtle WoW news? Your Turtle WoW news? Interesting. Interesting. You know what? If I didn't know any better, I should sue you for copyright. So this is the account that they're using to like make like team announcements, I guess. But they named it Turtle WoW News. That's my thing. You can't do that. You can't just do that. If I sound petulant like a multi-billion-dollar company, then whatever. That's me. I made that. You can't just have that. Even though the concept of Turtle, WoW, and News are three things that I just put together, and I always foresaw a future where this would eventually happen. They have, I mean, at least put it like official Turtle WoW News. Give me a like, throw me a bone here. You know, that's all I'm saying. You pardon the pummel anytime soon? That's a good question. Yeah. I did record one like shortly before the lawsuit came to the public, and I think it's been shelved. I don't know. I think they just they put like a temporary pause and everything. I don't believe. Well, I know the next one that was recorded was just Dan and I talking about stuff. I don't believe we're gonna have Nixium on as the other person. So it's gonna be Dan and I. Y'all know I could talk about anything for forever. So like that's not the issue. I like some of the chemistry and some of the different points of view that Nixium had. So I mean that was nice, but. Careful what you say, Rograg. They didn't pause everything. They continued developing. Well, of course, they didn't do anything wrong. If they stopped developing, then that would imply they did something wrong. Oh, that's it. Sorry. Also, Lorazia, that is a different thing. Ancient, you know what? I could actually do, speaking of news, I should actually do the news thing. Hold on. Let's go check out the new changelog. I'm just going to put myself stealth up here. Okay, I'll make that a little bit bigger. Let's see what we're looking at here. Fixed an issue where dead players would not receive experience at the end of a battleground. I wonder how that's been going, actually. People trying to level up for BGs. Mana attuned now reduces mana cost of some spells and abilities while inside battlegrounds. Mana attuned. That don't sound right. That don't sound right. That don't sound like anything. What is mana attuned? The heck does that mean? Oh, wait, you know what? That's probably like at the beginning when you're buffing up everyone. I think that's what that's supposed to be. Never mind, I figured it out. Guys, I figured it out. It's all good. The answer is that it's really good the higher level you are because it's... Oh, it's percentage based. Yeah, actually that is good. Yeah, I can see that. While the twinks get fed. While they get fatter and fatter. Cloak of Draconic Madness can now be enchanted. Okay, that's just a regular bug fix thing. Corrected sheath position for Scepter of Najjatar. Okay. Operative Cave can now be enchanted. Another bug fix. Removed charged servo arm from Lord Pythos loot. Okay. Elixir of Demon Slaying now also increases range attack power. Ooh. Hey, Hunters, now you can stop complaining about that, but... That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. Congrats, Hunters. Big clap for Hunters. Yeah. I mean, I saw that. I'm like, it's kind of weird that it doesn't do ranged, but there's always been this weird delineation between ranged and melee attack power, so that's cool. Fixed hiring rented mounts if you have less than 100 copper in the bags. I can only imagine someone watched my orientation video and was like, oh, this is so cool. I have like 3 copper, but I saw in Vrograg's video that you can ride mounts and just cost a couple copper. I have a couple copper, and then it probably caused some weird bug that I probably generated. Sorry, team. I like rented mounts. I think they're cool. Fixed respawn rate on Grave Moss in Northwind to be 30 minutes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That might... Did that mean it was too short or it was too long? Because I have some clarifying information on this point. Hold on. Where is it? I know I looked at Grave Moss this week. No, Grave Moss. Grave Moss week? Monthly? Should be monthly. Essence and Elements. Huh. I really thought I did do a monthly on that one. Alright, maybe I did. However, Grave Moss has been healthily going up. Last time I looked. I don't know where I put it. Oh, wait, no, okay, this is right. Hold on. Here it is. This is what it's been doing over the last month. So, this is one node in the world, right? Looks like it's getting more expensive. I will say, though, based on what I've been researching and looking at, looks like a lot of the herb price issues are much more likely to be market manipulation. Can't really fix that. All right, where were we? Oh, I could look at this too. Hold on. Bug tracker? I don't know if they would have tracked this on the bug tracker. Grave Moss. This is a lie. This was always the way, and we should always have flesh-eating worms drop Grave Moss. If you hear anything else, they're lying. They're liars, and you shouldn't listen to them, because that's how a lot of the server gets their Grave Moss, because it's very limited, and otherwise you have to do like very limited lockouts. Scarlet Monastery Graveyard. So it's good to have that other source. All right, where was I? The Red Brand Lie quest will no longer grant all 3 rewards at once. Ooh, that would have been nice. Steel belt buckle can now be applied on other person's belts via trade. Okay, that's a bug. I'm glad they fixed that. Fixed issues related to rounding of damage and healing values. That's pretty broad. I guarantee you there's a bigger story on that one. These are some item changes. Sash of Flame Binding could actually be decent for fire mages or other fire-using casters. Don't know much about this one. Yeah, it's a lot of item swapping around stuff. I usually get these after patches. It's normal. Change the name of Tier 1 Priest Shadowpants to Trousers of Prophecy to avoid duplicate names. I'm surprised it took them this long, because I did hear about this, but... Rod of the Turning Hourglass. Oh, hold on. Mandalore just knocked something over. Hold on, I'll be right back. I can't find the cat. I can't find what he knocked over, but I heard something get knocked over. Should I be concerned? Or does this sound like a job for Murok? Love you, Murok. All right, where was I? Rod of the Churning Hourglass. The thing is, a lot of these items I don't even recognize. They must be new or from quest rewards. That's probably why we're getting a lot of changes here. Respawn time for quest objects. Okay. Dang, so many items got fixed. That's the axe Frogreg wants. He'll never get it. Some of these are Kara 40 gear. Wow, Ring of the Crypt Stalker had 6 MP5? That's wild. Why would... I don't know. Do hunters struggle with mana? I mean, maybe survivalists might, but... Giga Charge Arcane Reflector now properly has the Arcane Resistance instead of Nature Resistance. It now has a different icon. Guys, look at this. The team is learning that you need to use new and different icons to differentiate things. Guys, I think they're getting it. I'm so proud of them. Ancient, this is the one Lorazia was talking about. Ancient Threshodon should no longer leave the fetid lake inside Stormrot Ruins. Why was it leaving? I wonder. Talon no longer drops crafting materials? Who Talon? Who Talon? Oh, I know who Talon is. Talon's like this night elf, I think, that just hangs out right here. Horde love killing him. He's just sitting there. The fact that it had 100% copper ore, though, you know, it's easier than running around. You just kill him. It's kind of silly, though, that he would have... Like, why was that a big issue? I guess people are trying to do the quest, I guess. Oh, that's weird. It's also weird that in every other post, like anytime there's like a proper noun, like Mudrock, Spikeshell, Barbs, they put it in yellow. Talon didn't get that. He didn't get the yellow on his name. Put respect on the elf's name. That's all I say. Fix skinny loot for Firemane, Scalebane, and Firemane Flamecaller. Tranquilizing poison can be removed by effects that dispel movement speed reduction. So that's the Blessing of Freedom? I think it's the only one I can think of. Shredded muscle can now be removed by effects that dispel movement speed reduction costs. Okay. Fiction issue where blind was still not considered a physical ability in some cases. Fixed boat model for Ice Point Rock Route. Oh, really? Someone who cherished the game deeply and always helped others enjoy to the fullest, a high elf named Nat has been added to a fishing spot near Crystal Lake. What? I didn't hear about this. Anyone have any insight on this? This probably isn't added yet because it's part of the change log. I'll have to ask around about that. It's really sad, and I'm glad the people that know them can remember them. That's great. You know, sometimes it's good to keep stuff in perspective. I kind of want to go to Ice Point Rock now. Oh, what? Oh my god. I thought a GM changed me into that. Oh, that's why you weren't showing up. You are in Murder Mittens. Okay. That makes sense. Lovely T-Mog, by the way. Dang, look at that. Nice use of red. I feel like the use of yellow is a little off-putting. Just because you have a really good scheme there. I feel like the bracers... Sorry, I don't know if you're asking or wanting of a T-Mog review. I don't know how the gun fits, but it's spiky. Yeah, you are a properly scary looking troll. Got the one pauldron. Scroll up, Mr. Fail RP. The gun is threatening. It's threatening me. Hold on. Sticks gun to back of head. Give me the idea of the space goats or else. Pressed edge to back of orc's head harder. Slightly piercing skin. Whispering in the dashing orc's ear. If you don't, at the very least, provide a clue, I may just have to inform Murag about your absence. Okay, hold on. I think I might know how to look this up. Okay, just like Draenei? It's not there. Hold on, wait. Oh, that, what the heck? Space goat? I'm trying to think, why would they have that in there? I spelled Draenei wrong? Okay. D-R-A-E-N-E-I? Ugh. NPCs. Or here you go. Just like pick one of these. This gotta be the right one. Probably not one of the starving ones. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I don't know what it is. Genuinely, Emma, I want you to know I do not know what it is. But I'll tell you what. I can ask Cherry. Not now, because I don't respond to terrorists. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. But if a GM's watching and does know what the ID is, you would probably blow her mind if you did change her into one. But make sure to demorph right after. Space Goat, Coast to Coast. Oh man, Space Ghost was good. Way before its time. Yeah, I was in middle clam raking. Oh, hey, Haxer. I've thrown down the gauntlet. I'm now playing Warsong Gulch with the rest of the team. I have their flag. What? Is this it? What happened? Am I like an evil Draenei? Oh great, I just got forced into a harem. Thanks, GM. And now I gotta be around other sexy people. Thanks. Like is Fel, I guess it would make sense. Like there's evil Draenei. Isn't like kill Jaden? Isn't he like a... What? Oh my goodness. It's just weird glittering and I'm just looking. Do I have full Yep, I do have animations. I'm a married man. I can't do the Awuga eyes popping out thing. I'm sorry. NPC model from Blood Mist Isle? These don't look like they're from Blood Mist Isle. I'm going to be real with you. Do you dance? Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry, like they're pretty. It's just I don't want space goats and WoW. That's all. Mine can't dance. Yeah, you can dance. You have to spell it right. We're almost synced up. That's kind of amazing. I don't know what these models are from. I also don't, like, by the way, I could show you, like, my messages and stuff. I don't have a GM's watching just did this. I don't know. I'm not in control. What one is this Gods Above? Well, I don't think they're gonna... A magician never reveals their secrets. You can't just ask for that. Hold on, I gotta check the other animations while I can. Because I'm a fan of the animations, right? So, let's see. We got... sit. Oh, that's 6. That's not right. Sit. All right. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Let's do kneel. Okay, one leg kneel. That one doesn't look great. It's okay. Let's do some of the basic ones like slash wave. Okay. Bow. That's actually a pretty good one. Oh, and not that. I'm gonna go check out the battle animations. These might look cool. Oh, check the walking animation. Oh, that's a very good animation for a feminine walk. I like that. Damn, she is kind of a baddie though, huh? I will try taunt in a second. Hold on. Oh, I have to get an eviscerate off. Because the eviscerate is always like something kind of over the top. Well, for like Forsaken females, it's always like really over the top. Hold on. Here's eviscerate. Nah, it's just spinning attack. It's not crazy. All right. And I heard someone say taunt. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What are the other ones? We did dance. Oh, cry. That's always an important one. Don't mind the troll voice. Could you guys actually hear that? I can't remember. You guys, yeah. It's not very loud. And cry. LOL. Yeah, that's pretty good too. Is there any other animations I'm not thinking of? Thank you, Laxelf. You know, Laxelf, that's why you got your comment pinned. Free Shagu indeed. The hell did he do? Other than just like make the game more playable. For no profit. For none. For us. He died. He died for our sins. Shagu was a carpenter of code. I will say, Thunder Fury, when T-mogged into an axe, does not look right on the back. But that's on me. Hold on, wait. Oh, does my running animation look different? Nope, it's too late now. If you have the Wraithblade Mog, that would be so cool. I do have the Wraithblade Mog, right? Because isn't Wraithblade just Iblis? Well, I have Iblis, but it doesn't look like Iblis right now. And I'm not changing it back. I believe in axes, even if they're not technically axes right now. Let me ask you guys an open question, okay? I don't want to muddy the waters here. I will say that this has to do with a trivia question. There was a trivia event at the meetup. Here's what I would ask. If you were asked to list every custom zone in Turtle WoW, would you include Ice Point Rock as a zone? In fact, I will even make it a poll. Oh, I can do that? Oh crap, I forgot how to do that. No, I do remember. Is Ice Point Rock a zone? Question mark. All right, it's up on YouTube. I'll put it over on Twitch. Is Ice Point Rock a zone? Yes or no? I'm gonna let that run for 2 minutes. If you're listening, if you hear my voice, let me know. I could tell you what the trivia people said. I believe the specific trivia question was, how many custom zones are available in Turtle WoW? Haxer, that's not true. Ice Point Rock is real. We just saw it in the changelog. You'd like the allies to get Tuskar as a playable race? Eh. They don't have enough lore. They're just like a seasonal insert for like Northrend. Furbolg deserve it, if anyone. I mean, Tuskars are cool models. Like, I'm not against that. There's not like enough to substantiate them as a race, I guess I would say. A playable race, I'll say. Well, Lorazia, that's not the question. And just answer, like, off rip, do you think Ice Point Rock... Well, we can have the conversation after the poll closed, okay? I don't want to color anyone's expectation here. But I can guarantee you those things came up. And yes, I personally am bitter about it. I feel very strongly. All right. Twitch, it's split 50-50, 1-1. I will close this and this poll. 60% of 5 votes. So it's 3-2. So no slightly have it in the voting. So I counted Ice Point Rock as one of what I believe to be 11 zones, 11 custom new zones in Turtle WoW that are like beyond the scope of vanilla. The team, or whoever wrote the question, which I believe was someone from the team, did not count Ice Point Rock. They did count Lapidus and Gilligim as 2 separate ones. They did not count Moo Moo Grove, which doesn't exist, as a zone. And when I pressed them, they said it doesn't have any content. It's not a real zone. It's like an Easter egg. I'm like, I don't know how you guys feel about that as an explanation. What constitutes a zone? In my mind, I was like, it needs to have its own general channel, at a minimum, to be considered a zone. In which case I would have been wrong, because in my original thing, I didn't count Moo Moo Grove because I said I thought it was instanced because it doesn't exist. Right? So I'm like, oh, that doesn't count. You can't talk about Moo Moo Grove because it doesn't exist. No, Loch Ness. And people that say there's a cow boss, they're just pulling your leg. There is no cow boss. Like, don't you think we would know if there was a cow boss? Although, I've heard rumors about if there was a cow boss, that it's treated like a world boss, which leads me to think it's not actually an instance. But still. So I was incorrect in that aspect. Because I wanted to count Ice Point, I should have also counted Moo Moo. But yeah, so if it is instance, it doesn't count. Well, in my mind, because like does each dungeon count as a new zone? Like, no, it was asking about like explorable zones, right? Like that's kind of the vibe I got. Kind of curious about what's on Ice Point Rock now. Did they change anything? I haven't been there in a minute. It is on the other side of the world, unfortunately. From where I am. Wait. No, it's not. No, actually, I'm not that far. How much time do I have? Vrograg has to eventually get the other parts of the barnacle thing to do the fish boss. It's a fishing thing. I've heard you can get the other pieces of it out of Ice Point Rock. But you know, it's a zone with no content, so I mean, why would anyone go there? I'm so bitter about that. There was another one. This one I won't do a poll on. The question, I think it was because it was a bit vague. It said, during Vanilla WoW, how many continents? How many continents are there in Vanilla WoW? I said 3 because I assumed Northrend existed. The given answer was 2 because Northrend was not accessible. But I'm like, it's canon that Northrend is its own thing. To which I believe Murog, of all people, said, but wait a second. That's not right, because according to lore, Eastern Kingdom is actually 2 continents as well. What is the actual right answer? Apparently it's 2. I disagree. Many people disagree. Did that include stuff like the Troll area in Arathi Highlands? No, because it wasn't asking about subzones. It was specifically zones, as opposed to subzones, which are like additions to existing zones. In my mind, here's what I would qualify as a zone. You have your own general channel, and you have a map. You have to have like 2 of those things to be considered a zone to me. And that would mean that Ice Point Rock would count and Moo Moo Grove would if it existed. Because I think that has a map, but it doesn't exist, so. Allegedly. Yeah, if we were counting subzones, I don't know. You'd have to guess to get the right answer. There's so many subzones. I could probably figure out all the Horde ones. Because it's a smaller number. For now. Here? What's the quickest way to get over there? from here. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. Alothalos, Baelor, Northwind, Lapidus, Gilligim, Gilneas, Grimreaches, Blackstone, Telebim, Hydro, Scarlet, Enclave. You forgot one. Larazia, you forgot Tears Fall Uplands. But I don't know trivia. Is Tears Fall Highlands or Uplands? It's this one. Hold on. Oh, I guess this. No, this would be a subzone then. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it doesn't have its own map. Don't mind me. That's true. Is there any other? Yeah, I mean, you can just kind of scan the map. It's 1, 2, 3. Four, 5, 6. Now, Hyjal existed in vanilla, so calling that a new zone is sort of a... I don't like... The team developed Hyjal, but they didn't create it, and it existed in vanilla, so calling it a new zone I think would be a bit of a stretch. Right. Right, well, that was the thing. I answered 11, but I didn't. I thought Moo Moo Grove, which doesn't exist. I thought it was instanced, so I didn't put that in. So I was wrong because I forgot Moo Moo Grove. When I asked, they said Ice Point Rock doesn't count as a zone. I'm like, what? You crazy? Right, because if Ice Point is, then also Moo Moo Grove, which doesn't exist, is. So it's either 10 or 12. Also, here's one little brainworm. Lapidus Isle had its own general chat in vanilla without fully existing. So is it a new zone? I will say, I wasn't the only person upset. I can say that. There's 11 without... Hold on, let me see what you... Well, no, you added Hyjal. Hyjal wasn't counted. Hyjal already existed. Like, all the terrain and stuff, that's vanilla. So that's not a new zone. Like, you could explore it, and that was the same exact zone. Yeah, because I'm not counting Hyjal, exactly. Oh, there's the guy. No, Lorazi, you could get there in vanilla. I'm not joking. You literally could. I did it on Classic. It's a well-known thing. Like, like the landscape you see is exactly what was in vanilla. What they've added is like, you know, they put trees and some like other things there, mobs obviously, and I think the troll caves is new, I believe. But like the tree, all that was there in vanilla. I'm not joking about that. So like, you can't really call that new zone because it was already designed. I think it even had a map. I don't know if that's true, but I'm pretty sure it did. Let's see if I can. Let me turn that off for a second. getting to Hyjal in vanilla. Okay, let me put this up. Vanilla WoW movies from 13 years ago. Doing some parkour. Would you look at that? That looks just like Hyjal. See? It was in vanilla. Oh, I knew to count Enclave because that's a map. That's a map chunk. I believe for the Cavern of Times raid where you have to fight Archimon, they reused the map, but it was instant, so it was different. Lapidus, the island, I don't believe was in vanilla, but there was a Lapidus channel you could access by getting to certain coordinates. That I was told by someone else in the Turtle team who I believe. Yeah. But that was only brought up because I said, hey, well, like, it needs to have a general channel. And then that person said, well, Lapidus had a general channel. I'm like, oh, cool. I didn't know that. I don't know, man. Like, I would have trouble getting... Like, I could see, like, zones changing over time, but Cataclysm... It would be short-sighted and narrow-minded of me to say, like, I couldn't like the world after Cataclysm. But, I mean, there's some things that I know happened later, like in retail, that I actually appreciated. Like Felwood started getting healthier again. Like, I thought that was cool. Hold on. We're going to Ice Point Rock time. I haven't been there since they made it. It used to be like an instant teleport. Do I have the parachute cloak? I do. So yeah, I haven't been there since they made it like you actually have to ride on a boat to get to Ice Point Rock. So I haven't seen what that is like. I gotta wait for my cloak cooldown to come off. You have to be careful because parachute cloak only lasts for 10 seconds. So you want to make sure you're kind of close-ish to the ground before you use it. Oh, you'll be fine, Rogue Rag. You're a rogue. Okay. Hey, look, we got that health potion from fishing. I think there's water here. Ugh, I was wrong. If only I have my swimming gear on. I don't think I do. Nope, don't have it available. If you don't know how to get to Ice Point Rock, I'm about to show you the NPC. That'd be a little treat for you. If you don't want to have the surprise spoiled, feel free to tune off. It's all right. I mean, admittedly, there isn't a lot to do there. Although you can gaslight new people on Turtle WoW to tell them it's Northrend. Ask me how I know that one. Pretty much Loraz, yeah. I run a tight ship here. I want people to enjoy the game how they see fit. I don't want to force my enjoyment of the content on them. I made a guess on what Draenei I was and put a request in. Don't bother the GM staff. And if you do something silly like that, say something nice to the GM staff. By and large, I do not support spamming the GMs. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. But if you do ever need to send a ticket, listen, a fly gets more honey, okay? Sorry, honey gets more flies than vinegar. You know that saying? Tell them how awesome they are. It's gonna end better for you. And it will soften the blow when they're like, no. You'll be like, yeah, all right. Yeah. Placebo, I do not support doing that, only because sometimes they are inundated with tickets. And if they have like 30 tickets and they have to sort through 15 of them of people like goofing off saying like, you guys are so cool, that's great, but they do have to get through the tickets to the people that actually need it. Do you think jewel crafting is a good way to make money? I'm a PvP main, but I'm really thinking about jewel crafting. I know that NG is for PvP, but what do you think? Jewel crafting is like more useful enchanting. If you go the jeweler route rather than the goldsmith, as I understand it, you can actually make gear for yourself and enchant people's rings and necklace. That's a valuable thing to bring to any sort of a group environment. You can make money with it, but you're in a very enchanting world kind of environment, so that like the best way to make money is to have like a gem that no one else has and people want. But once there's enough jewel crafters, you have to start getting more competitive with your prices, and you don't make as much money. You can make money as a jewel crafter, I think, if you spin it like that. But it has the added benefit of like being able to make gear, whereas enchanting, well, it's kind of a bad profession. just gonna throw it out there. It's just kind of bad. There are powerful enchants, but taking it just kind of a hit. The benefit is disenchanting stuff. That's your material. You don't build, you destroy things. So the fringe benefit of being an enchanter is you can in raid say like, hey, I'm an enchanter. If you need someone to disenchant something, I'll take it. But what you do is you slap it on, you add it to your transmog, and then disenchant it, and before you know it, you have a very substantial Tmog repository. That's the best part of enchanting. But as far as like gameplay implications, it's not the best. I feel like engineering purposes, you can usually get all the materials you need off the auction house if your market's big enough. If it's not, you still might want to have mining. So I could see a world where you do jewel crafting and engineering. I think that's doable. I don't think it's going to give you any huge edge in PvP if that's what you're really all about. I do think there are some neat recipes though for some stuff out there. Did I just get myself stuck? I might have gotten myself stuck. All right, we got to go the long way. I'm afraid of getting 60 and don't make money anymore. Bafu, I don't want to be presumptuous. Because I know when I started Turtle, I think I had a very similar mentality to you, where like I'd come from an environment where RMT was rife botting was all over the place, and the economy was just like inflated out of control. And you were so worried about having enough gold to do stuff. However, what I will say is that Turtle WoW gives you enough tools to like make gold that make an amount of gold that matters enough to like support yourself. You do have to play the game to do that, which is paradoxically something that upset people who like RMT, because they just want to swipe a credit card, get the gold they need, buy what they want, and then not think of the consequences. That doesn't blind Turtle. I'm not saying you do that. I never did it, so don't worry about that. But because that attitude doesn't really prevail as much here, you know, I often show like various ways of making gold. There's the state-approved way of doing Dire Maul East Lasher Farms. The herbs you get there can easily support someone. And, you know, there's just running dungeons. I'm not even joking. Just running dungeons can be plenty good. Okay, what do you got for me here? I am ready to travel, Inukwak. Let us head out. You know what? I think I see what the problem was with the boat. Does this look correct? You know, when Blizzard gets upset at Turtle, this is what they're upset at. But I don't remember seeing this in any Blizzard property, where I have Vrograg seizing up while going Mach 5 over the water. Wait, hold on, wait. There's two models? Is that my shadow? What is going on? No, that isn't my shadow. That's like... Do I have a buff I don't see? No. What is that? Laxelf, I don't know where I know I'm supposed to have a canoe. Was that in the thing? Hold on. Was that in the thing? Yep. So the reset hasn't happened. So I think I know what the issue is, guys. This isn't supposed to be the model. You're being transported by a black dwarf. That's the model that is transporting you. Well, of course, yeah. The shadow dwarf. So it's actually really deep in the lore. Shadow dwarfs are actually in charge of all transportation. There's a shadow dwarf in zeppelins. There's a shadow dwarf in trams. They don't talk about it a lot. It's like in like the footnotes. But if you read really closely, this is actually lore accurate. Also, I had no idea Ice Point Rock was this far. Goodness gracious. I know he does have a mohawk. I'm trying to target him. I can't target him or anything. Hold on, let me go first person, see what I can see. Careful, if anyone's any sieging. Oh, I can't see him when I'm first person. But yeah, there is... I mean, is that me? Hold on. Is that me? I can see if I remove my cloak. Okay, that is not me, because it wouldn't show the cloak, right? So, yeah, let's open up these. I can't even open up my clams, guys. What kind of clam raker am I? Full swim speed set and the druid idol equipped. Oh my god. What? Hold on. What's that? Hey, that's a little close to the world boundary, buddy. It's a little close, don't you think? Jeez, this guy's trying to get me killed. Do you know what'd be really funny if he just dropped me off like right here? He's like, figure it out. Silver Knight, you never know what you're gonna get when Vrograg streams. I did not have this on my bingo card. Well, yeah. I stopped looking at it too closely because I didn't want to get sick. Banana, I have everything except for the like the Buccaneer, the Bloodsail Buccaneer chest piece. So I think I can get up to 60 for swim speed. Because I have the 2 trinkets, the belt, and the boots from Black Fathom Depths. There's a survival fins, but they give the same amount. No, but Lorazi, I already have 2 swim speed trinkets. It doesn't give more, so it doesn't matter. Once you have 2 swim speed trinkets, you can't. Yep, I have 2 rings. So I have 2 rings, 2 trinkets, the boots, and the belt. Well, Lorazi, I'm an engineer. I already have the deep dive helmet. Oh, you slow down there. Okay. Yeah, the turtle mat does help slightly. I'm thinking my boat's supposed to look like that, not like a shadow dwarf. Yeah, the Naga are scared of me. They should be. I'm gonna go see if the actually no, I will put on my swim speed set. I think my fishing set includes that. Oh, let's deposit all items in bank, and then I'm a naked Vrograg, and I do RP fish layer. Oh, hold on. Pearl. That should be there, and then the Tide Crest should be there. So yeah, 2, 2. So it's 15, 15. So this is 30, 60, 75, 90. I'm at 90% swim speed. Oh wait, I'll actually get on my turtle because I think it'll be quicker if I swim. You swim around the world with just 60? Dang. That's pretty crazy. It's funny because I will go faster in the water than I do on land, I think. Or just as fast, it looks like. Almost as fast. Hold on. Just checking out. You never know. You never know when the team's gonna like try to pull a quick one on you. You know, they'll try to like hide something. I want to see if that rare spawns up. He's probably not gonna be up. I think what happened is that you left Ice Point without talking to the canoe, so the canoe is stuck on Ice Point. No, like all he asked was, "Do you want to go to Ice Point Rock?" And I said yes, and then I got shunted to the Shadow Dwarf realm. It has drops now? No way. For a long time, it's just been useless. The staff from Nomergrind has water breathing. I know. I have, do I actually have it on me? No, I don't. It's in my bank, but I have the water breathing hat for it because I'm an engineer. Also, I can't use staves as a rogue, so. What do you do in this place? You know, the question is, what don't you do, Bafu? What don't you do? There's like 2 quests, and you can fish here, and you can look around. Admittedly, it isn't like a big deal zone, but it is something. Also, look, nice map. Yeah, no, there's at least, I'm pretty sure there's 2 quests here. Yeah. Oh, he's dead. This is Molly. See? Molly. Yep. There's like a cave under here, and that's like the what are they called? The Tuskar? That's a Tuskar village. It's pretty neat. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Ah, you're good for a rag. You'll live forever. I can say I do not know what happens if you die here. Don't really want to find out because it might be a very long walk. Oh my goodness, I forgot. That's right, they added herbs. This is actually new. Crazy, they added herbs to a non-zone. But yeah, it has resource. Oh, they even have. Okay, this is new. They never had any resource nodes. I remember I saw the thing about Winter's Bite being added. I forgot they were going to add this too. It's like a 40-ish level spot, I guess. Huh. That's pretty nifty. I am also here because there's a piece to a secret fishing quest I want to grab while I'm here. There are penguins. Of course. Okay, come on, Brograg, you got this. Yep, there is one rare mob. And there's one custom model, which is the penguin. Well, two if you count the Tuskar, but the Tuskar is also in Darkshore. Soap, I would love nothing more than a much more robust way of doing that. Oh, hold on, that's the wrong screen. But yes, there's the barnacle covered key. And I think you fish up another piece of like a secret quest from here. The other one's in Tel Abyb, and then the third piece is from Gazrilla, I believe. And you get the three pieces together, and then you can summon a crab boss in Ashara. And he has a cool anchor transmog that I can't use because it's a two-hand axe. I don't think I've fished here in a good long while, so they might have changed the fishing table as well. Keep in mind, too, Fishers of Azeroth white scale salmon actually worth a little bit of money because the fish au chocolat, a nice tank buff food, does require it. So is occasionally in demand. There's a new one-hand mace anchor, transmog, and stormrot. That's good to know, thank you. I did not know that. While you have been gone, fishing has been held. Orazia, it's always been messed up. I didn't know what would get me in trouble more, complaining about lack of horde content or how fishing keeps being broken. And a shield that is half a boat. I know it's, well, okay. Here's what we do know. I believe it is official that they are doing a survival overhaul in 1.18.1, and I think they're doing other stuff with fishing. I put together some proposals for them, but I mean, James, you can still do rogue tanking, all right? But it's not nearly as busted good as it was before, and it's also just not good. You don't have a taunt. You have no spell mitigation or spell damage mitigation. Your threat's pretty bad. Even with, you know, what you have, you can do it because if you count dodge as mitigation, you need to have enough stamina to survive a hit or two. That you still need, but you can't afford to have armor pieces when you need dodge. You can still do it though. It's just not pretty. Because back in 1 point, I don't know, before CC2, before they nerfed shaman tanking, I did do a ZG run as a tank. Totally doable, and I did it while I was still hittable. I think it was like when, you know, because I could keep Flourish up all the time, I think I had like maybe a 5% chance to be hit. And I would get hit occasionally, and then the healers would heal me. As long as I didn't get crit and get instant hit to death, we'd be fine. Nerfed shaman tanking? I think the team has not decided whether or not they want to make shaman tanking good. Because, as I understand from a good friend of the program, Shock Warden, he was in my ear saying, please tell the team, hold on, do you see a blue item? I saw a blue item. Did you see a blue item? Was that the blue item I'm looking for? Glowing Arctic Grayling. Did I just get a pet? Nope, never mind. That's a top. So see, I thought I got a pet. I'm so excited. So, top piece of the ancient idol. You need this for something. I don't know. Oh wait, I have the bottom piece. And then you need the middle piece. And then you need the barnacle covered key to unlock it. I think. Yeah, Vrograg does need to do some ZGs to get the middle. Oh, did I say shaman tanking? Nah. I think shaman tanking is okay, but I don't think it's nearly as good as paladin, warrior, or druid. It can definitely serve as off tanking, but I think in a main tank capacity, it's kind of tough for the average shaman tank enjoyer. For someone like Shock Warden, he'll figure it out. That guy was Hateful Strike soaking before CC too. He can do it, but no, don't whisper me for invite. I'm not doing ZG. I'm here to fish. Man, I thought that was gonna be a fish pet. It's kind of a this. Stop that. Oh crap! Thank you for letting me know I had Wim on. Hold on, let me catch this fish. Oh, actually, you know what? Thank you for messaging me. I leave Wim on because I do events with Vrograg. Not that you guys get to see them. They're for Blackwing Guard only. But I use Wim to keep messages separate. It's like a social deduction game. So actually having that up really helps. You guys can't expect me to remember everything I say either. It's stream of consciousness over this side. Should I get that for those games? I was thinking of joining. No. So, Wim is useful if you do a lot of discussions, just in general, like I do. And by the way, I am very grateful that a lot of people appreciate what I do and all that. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but there are times when I log on and I have 4 to 5 people whispering me at the same time because they saw that I log on, which is great. I love that. I love getting some of the information from the community. But like when I'm logging on to like just do like a alchemy cooldown, I'm glad I have Wim pop up with 5 windows so I can see everyone's whispers and get back to them. So for that reason, it's very useful. Yeah, exactly. So you can have your windows. It's really a reference in many ways to like early 2000s internet culture when we had what was called AOL Instant Messenger or AIM. And it looked just like that. You had these little windows with little private conversations. It works a lot like that. You can also do other things with it too. It's pretty handy. Yeah, Silver, huh? You an old person like me. I remember when they invented phones. Yeah, there is something to be said for it. Those chat rooms. Oh no, placebo. If you want, like for real, and I guess for anyone listening, if you're interested, I usually run them on Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern, I would love to have a couple more people. We usually run right around the number where, like, just under where it gets good. If you don't know about the game, it's called Blood on the Clock Tower. If you think like Mafia or Werewolf, it's in a similar vein to that. What it does differently is that everyone has like a very specific role, and they can have information, or they can be like the bad guy and have certain abilities. I've reskinned the whole game to be based around Blackwing Guard lore. So like, rather than being like in the vanilla game, you'd be like, the bad guy's called like the Imp, one of them. But in the Blood Beneath Blackrock, which is what I call it for the Blackwing Guard version, the Imp is called Firemaw, for instance. And like the Poisoner in the vanilla game is called Lady Prester. But then there's like the good team, which is like the Red Dragonflight, and the bad team, which is the Black Dragonflight. Anyway, it's a whole thing. But if you're interested in joining, that's when I run them. I'll usually be on, and usually we can get summons. If you want, well, you're in the Discord, so if you're in Blackwing Guard Discord, usually I'll do like a ping. I'll even do a sign up too, so keep an eye out in member hosted. It'll look like a raid, but it's not. So, Silver, I'm about to unlock to you the secrets of efficient fishing. So, most people will fish like this. Nothing wrong with it. Your bobber's all the way out there, right? And you want it to be visually apparent when it bobs, especially if you're listening to something, you're distracted. So I like to turn my camera around, right? So the bobber's nice and big on my screen. That's step one. Step two is something that's a Turtle Wow special. Let me show you. So you see how I'm facing the camera? The reason it isn't good to fish like this, when I right click, see how I turn? You do that when you stand. However, on Turtle Wow, you can sit while you're fishing. When I right click behind me, it doesn't turn me around. So I can stay in one spot and have my camera facing me. That means the bobber's big, and that means I can stay in one spot and fish in the same area. It's lovely. So I hope I have imparted upon you the what I consider to be the best way to fish. Don't drown. Hold on. I want to show you how deep I can get before it'll even show up. Hold on. Am I swimming yet? Okay, now I'm swimming. Back up. See, now I'm standing. Check that out. Check that out. Can I fish? Yes, I can. Silver, you know what? That's all you can ask for. And you know what? Just because you mentioned fishing, let me check what the Nordinar numbers were for this week. Fishing index. It's on the up. It's on the up. Most of that's stone scale. So yeah, fishing market's doing good right now. Last month. Placebo. Oh, you got the prime. Let's go. Thank you. GM's in here. Fix this. Tracking? What do you mean tracking? I can't track fish. I think they didn't add fish tracking until like TBC. Take that as a bribe to tell me what the Draenei form we were. Placebo, I don't think you understand how stupidly rigid I am about ethics. I would never. I did spend an indeterminate amount of time between the last time I streamed and right now with a plurality of the Turtle team, and I have not mentioned a single name or anything that would anything about where it was. Do you know how hard that is for me not to say? Considering how much of a blabbermouth I am. So you gotta know I have my ethics locked down. Bribes aren't gonna work. I will take bribes, but I will not do what you tell me to do. I'll just take the bribe. Silver, yeah. I've actually I've thought about some contingencies in case Blizzard ever goes after me. I could make another channel, kind of do it like do-it-yourself pirate style. I could talk to the Turtle team about just doing stuff internally. I could even see about maybe having like a privately hosted stream. Sure, I won't get monetization and stuff, but you guys know I'm kind of not doing this for the money, so it doesn't really matter to me. You can send me to the Shadow Realm? Damn. Shadow Realm's dark. Oh, Amber Shard? Yeah, I am. So, funny story about that, Lorazia. I almost made a huge error. I thought that for this last week when I did Market Watch, I'm like, oh, it's been about a month. I should have about a month of market data, which actually wasn't true because WoW auctions didn't start tracking until a certain point. So I actually only have 22 days of market data. However, I went and I was checking what data I did have, and I was looking at the S&V 200 for like the week, and I compared Ambershire to Nordinar, and I'm like, huh, they look identical. It's kind of weird. I was trying to figure out what was going on. I checked another index. Oh, they're also identical. I'm like, that can't be. Excuse me. So I went into the, looked into the data. All the information. I'm like, what's going wrong? I checked the config of the script. I just forgot to change which server it was scanning. So this whole time, I had been gathering information on Nordinar twice. Fortunately, I caught it. So there's a new database just with Ambershire, but I only have 22 days of information. I like to wait for a month until I start talking about it. I can show you what I have already. Hold on, let me get that out. In case anyone is curious. So it wouldn't be Nord, it'd be Amber. Now here's the 24-day index of the S&V 200 for Ambershire. The numbers are so early and weird, it doesn't really matter. But I would say that this early spike, to me, is like the earliest days of people like having stuff to put up. And then it's been mellowing out. They do have a... Can someone correct me if I'm wrong? I thought ZG wasn't going to be open for them, but maybe they're already on... Oh, is ZG open? Okay. So then that does confuse me. Let me see if I can find something. So I don't know how it's getting this. They should have nothing, right? There should be no coins. There should be no bijoux. I would expect when this printed out that there would be something like a flat line. Let's go check it out. Hold on. Ambershire. I go to like bijou. So I don't know where it's getting the information from. I genuinely don't. Thank you. By the way, sorry. Silver Knight, thank you for the subscription to the YouTube. And Banana Putty, thanks for the Prime. Thanks. Appreciate that. So, in true Vrograg fashion, I have the data, but I don't know if the data is right. Like, when I see this looks right for like a mining index for them. Yeah, okay, that looks about like stuff's really expensive, and then everyone starts getting it. This is what I would expect for a new economy. But some stuff don't make sense. Like this eco index, I could believe this. All right. So yeah, I'm a little suspect of some of the stuff I've gathered. We'll see what happens. But I have been gathering data. It's your money back guarantee. Yeah, so I think that might just be like an error. I really don't know what that is. They shouldn't have ZG, and WowAuctions.net is showing that there are no auctions for those items. The thing is how would that script pick up that data? Like, it shouldn't be able to. Yeah, okay. Looks like it was added in the Wrath pre-patch. Yeah, just like real low key. By the way, hey, there's like a secret ZG. And by the way, like that whole database, that's completely it's like brand new scan. Everything in that database was like scanned like yesterday. So, I could actually check something else. Hold on. Just to double check something. This I can't show as easily. I'm just checking the config. All right. So it's Zulian coin. Yep, all the coins. I thought maybe like a different item got slipped in there somehow, but nope. It's all bijous and coins. I have no idea why it's like that. Unless you found an undiscovered loot table thing. I mean, WowAuctions.net doesn't really do that. At least I don't think they do. Do a couple other things. Oh, you guys can't see that. Hold on. Hold on. Still fishing. Multitasking. All right. We're on Ambershire. Oh, boy. We're at the... Right. So what if you just coin? Okay. So it shows that these exist, but there are no auctions for them. I could look into the raw database, but it's really annoying and I don't like doing it. I'll take a couple other bijous just in case. Took the yellow? Yeah, I mean, it would show up somehow. So I'm not sure. I could crack it open. I could crack open the database. Anyone's played with database files, you know, I understand why it's not something you want to do. Yeah, Red Stripe, I did. Unfortunately, like, I have to be kind of vague about exactly who I met and exactly where it was, but I can say that I met all the DJs. I met a plurality of the team, and I met people from all branches of the Turtle team. I learned a lot. Most of it has to be off the record, but like I got to meet the people. Which, if you know me in real life, I'm a people person. I like to meet the people. I like to talk to the people. I want to get I want to vibe them out, because I think it's really easy to just kind of like in your imagination think someone's a certain way. And then it all changes when you actually meet the person. And that was largely my experience. I'm not going to say who, but someone who was on the team, who I had long considered a bully. And I don't mean like just like an outright mean person. I just thought like they were really mean in how they came across, that kind of stuff. In my head, I had an image, this would just be like some absolute like turbo nerd jerk person. And what I met was like just not that. And it was hard square in that circle. Like, oh my god, you're the person I would like avoid talking to. Mostly because they would only speak up when I was wrong about something. Nah, Red Stripe. You know what? If it helps, Red Stripe, hold on. Red Stripe, I'm doing this for you. Because I don't want to ruin your immersion either. Deep? There it is. This goes out to you, Red Stripe. Deep dive helm on. See? Look. No breath. So now I can fish underwater. I get it nice and close. Right when I start swimming, back up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, and another thing that was really cool is meeting people from different cultures. As an American, and by the way, this is no slight to my northern neighbors. I live in New England, so I'm internationally, I'm most confronted with Canadians as being the other people from another country. They are culturally different, but not super dissimilar. Like, it's not really a culture shock to go to Canada, except to go, oh my god, they have socialized healthcare? Like, there it is. Sometimes they talk a little funny. The Quebecois, that's maybe a different story, but it was great just meeting people from all around the world. And it's interesting, too, that, like, WoW has brought them all together. So some of the people there are just so passionate about WoW. And that was really encouraging to see. Oh, yeah? Nice. Hello. I mean, Placebo, would you really want to be aggressively American? I don't even know what that looks like. And even in America, there's definitely differences in cultures. Like, America does have a lot of different cultures within it. But I just think there's something different when you come from, like, a completely different, like, socio-economic and political point of view. There are people that I met that started their life on the other side of the Iron Curtain. I'm old enough where, like, that kind of feels impactful to me. And that's a big deal. Like you can only imagine how different the world seems in many different ways when, like, that's sort of your starting point. Not even trying to, give it, like, a value assessment, whether it's good or bad. It's just, that's so different. That's true, Silver. Yeah, exactly, Silver. That's exactly what I'm getting at. Like, that plurality of perspective and difference in just so many basic things. It really broadens your horizons and it makes you think differently about the world. Oh, Zufora, thank you very much for the raid. Assuming you're ending the stream. Hope your stream went well. Hello. Thank you. Hello, everyone. If you haven't watched my stream, this is Vrograg. I'm the news orc. You probably heard me on the radio. I sound like this. I am an orc. Thanks for stopping by. We're doing some fishing. I'm talking about my visit with last week. I visited and I met a good chunk of the turtle team, like in real life, IRL. And And I captured their flag. International Warsong Gulch, baby. Or maybe I didn't steal it. Maybe I saved it from being thrown out. Yeah, Silver. I'm a little older than you. I'm guessing, but I mean, I can vaguely remember when Reagan was president. So like, the Iron Curtain falling was like a big deal, and so like culturally that's also pretty impactful. Oh, you're prepping for the MC release of Fora. Yeah, that's happening on Friday. I was thinking of maybe streaming like a like a cheeky race to server first, but I might have plans on Friday. Oops. I really want to cover it though. Because I think on Friday I'm going to be meeting with Dan, who I have actually yet to meet with, who lives close to me geographically. He's a person who manages the Turtle Wow radio, so. Should I be collecting data on which guilds to watch? I don't know. You know, the thing is, these kids on their new servers, they're so hard to keep up with. Do you know how long I had to listen to people ask me, like, dozens of times, Frogreg, you gonna play Epoch? And I always tell them, I'll play 46 months after it's released. I kind of want to suss things out. Feel the vibes. Now I'm hearing people saying, oh, it's not going to be around any longer. I'm like, well, that was quick. But I am hopeful to hear about... I mean, that's going to be a novel experience. Because no one's ever progressed this version of Molten Core. And anyone at Ambershire, thank your lucky stars that everyone on Northernr was complaining up and down about how hard Molten Core was. Could you imagine if they had to deal with that Molten Core that we got on release? Woo! None of y'all will be finishing that. Rag just like, you know what I'm going to do? A raid wide, I'm just going to do like, 1,500 fire damage every like 5 seconds. You gonna what? Huh? Yeah, well, sometimes I'll stop doing it. Sometimes I'll just do it again. or that initial release Major Domo fight. Oh my goodness. Like, everyone's slapping, everyone's getting massive fire damage, and we're like, what's going on? Guys, we're tier 3. Why are we dying instantly? Where did Epoch enter the picture? Well, I was just mostly saying how, like, it's hard to keep up with, like, new servers. Because things happen so quickly. We don't know if it's Rag first or full clear. Okay, Razzie, here's what's going to happen. The title can go two ways. One, it's part of an automated system that's only going to check for Rag. If that's the case, then it's just going to go to whoever gets Rag. Second case, people from the Turtle team are watching and will hand out the title manually. This also has other issues, including errors, as well as observation bias. What if when the GMs are awake, or like management or whoever's doing it, what if they're not awake when this goes down? It could have some other issues. All that being said, though, I'm sure the team wants this to go smoothly. Will it? I'll tell you what, Rograg will tell you what happens. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it will take longer than a normal Molten Core, Lorazzi. I think we can agree about that. And I think Thorzen might be a little tricky. Maybe not. Maybe I'm completely misreading that, but Don't they still need... what are they need douses, don't they? How do they deal with that? Actually, yeah. Does anyone have an answer to that? I don't know how that works. Like, you can't go into Molten Core with douses. Because the only way to get douses is to do the quest, where I think you get, like, the hands or something? Am I crazy? How does that work? You can get Hydraxian Waterlords rep? Sorry. I'm very not in the know about the Molten Core rush. Who do you grind Hydraxian Warlord rep with? Oh, okay, so hands are for the Eternal Douse, okay. And it's yeah, okay. Silithus North? That gives I thought that gives, oh crap, you're right. That does give Hydraxian Waterlord rep. I just remembered now. Huh. Doesn't it give, like, 1? Or something stupid like that? I guess you only need, what? You only need 8? Or something? I don't doubt a team's ability to get it done. I didn't know how that works. Oh, you know what? We were in Ashara, and you know what I forgot to do? Recently... Hold on, where is it? I think Vrograg recently got exalted with, Yeah, see? I recently got exalted with Hydraxian Waterlords. I should go get my water pet guy. Well, yeah. It's... like... it's not my cup of tea, but I acknowledge and respect the people that work for it, and I think it's worth celebrating. I don't think it's worth encouraging. Does that make sense? It's sort of like when a guy goes off of like a cool jump with a bicycle and does a backflip. It's awesome. It's worth celebrating. I wouldn't support everyone doing it. Yeah, placebo. Yeah, I got it like a couple weeks ago. I very much organically progressed with Vrograg through Molten Core, BWL, AQ40, and Nax. I didn't need Tier 1 because I worked on getting my 0.5 set. The first gear I ever really bothered like gathering from Tier, because I was on basically vanilla, I only really bothered once I got like Tier 2.5. And I only did BWL again to get Rogue Tank gear. I never had to go back to Molten Core for anything. I keep going for Suffering. Well, that is funny that I got I got Thunder Fury before I got Exalted, because I got Thunder Fury back in 2023, but those runs were like just binding runs. It's like, we're gonna do a cheeky run straight to Gar and Baron Geddon and then get out. That's all those runs were. I put in the work. I lucked out. I got Toeb on my hunter. Toeb? Is that Toeb? Toep, but for hunters? Hey, Placebo, are you trying to do a spell power hunter? Oh, I think you. Yeah. I think you. I remember someone's been plaguing my chat talking about spell power hunter. I respect the grind. I respect the hustle. If I had it my way, I would actually kind of agree with you. I think there's space in the world for a spell power hunter. except that it should be something different. It should be troll only. And it should be a shadow hunter. That's supported by lore. But you're a troll, so I think it would fit. You got a caster Nax enchant on it too? Who'd you bribe? Who'd you bribe? How much? That's wild. All dungeons now give rep for killing till exalted? Yeah. There's like some new gear available if you're exalted with Argent Dawn, right? Excuse me. I know I have what else do I have exalted with? Oh, Striker's Pauldrons, thank you. I'll look at those in a second. Argent Dawn, Brood, and Cenarion. Can you tell I've done a lot of raiding? Also, look at these. I just didn't do a lot of quests. I did do quests, but I didn't do tons of them. I wasn't doing slow and steady. I just did hardcore. So sometimes I just grind mobs because it was safer. Well, let's take a look at these Striker's Pauldrons. Yep, that is the spell enchantment. Increases damage and healing done by magical spells and effects by up to 9. So this is 2.5? Or is this 3.5? I don't know. Okay. Oh, so I just saw it said Serpent Sting. Last night when I did Nax, when KT did his mind control, there was a hunter behind me. Do you know what he did when he was mind controlled? He shot me with Viper Sting. Of all the abilities to use, that one on an elemental shaman, that's monstrous. That's not nice. So you know what I did? I turned around and I used magic dust on him. And then, I think he died because some bugs came out and whomped him. But after, I rezzed him. I said, hey, how'd you lick your nap? But I mean, like, try to kill me. I have armor. I can probably take a couple hits. Why use Viper Sting? Viper Sting's vicious. Interesting that these 2.5s exist. You know, Placebo. There are 2 classes that don't have any alternate tier gear. Don't you think that seems a little weird? A little unfair? A little unkind to our rogue and hunter brethren of the world? Certainly, I'm not joking. Hunters deserve it more than rogues. I'm not even joking. They have a whole different playstyle with survival that I think warrants another tier, an alternate tier set. Rogues is like, what flavor of stabby do I give you? It's not that different. It's different. Like, it's like poison, or you're buffing your allies, or you're just doing straight damage. Kind of straight down the line. But hunters deserve it a little bit at least. Thank you, Jose. Thank you for reminding me and the community that although there is an ammunition pet in the store, which serves close to no purpose, there's no poison vendor pet. One that I have told the team on multiple occasions I would gladly just throw money at them for. Do you know how lazy of a rogue I am? I mean, I figured out this fishing strategy just so I could do this. Do you think I want to go find a poison vendor Or do you think I want to show up to raid and kind of just, oh yeah, I can get poison. I would actually have so much fun with being able to get spell crit. I think as long as, I think it is fun to try to find a way to find your fantasy that you want to fulfill. Like, Vrograg always wanted to be the dashing swordsman. That's why I liked rogue tanking. I like buffing and helping my allies. That's why I have an Annihilator. Which, by the way, is terrible. You probably shouldn't do it. But I do have it. They don't love rogues or spell hunters, Vrograg. I think they do. But of all the classes that didn't need alternate tier sets, I think rogues and hunters were kind of there. They've changed enough with rogues now that rogues aren't really beholden to their set bonuses because of the value of agility, which has changed a lot. I don't know how things are working for hunters. But I'm pretty sure your traps, which are very strong in survival, those don't scale with like anything, do they? They're just here be damage. Oh, my flag? Murrog's home. I was waving it around and telling people that I have the flag. What? You say you were talking to Jamie? No. I was just telling people on the team I have the flag. I know they're watching. Because they turned me into a Draenei.
I heard you address someone in chat. I thought you were addressing Jamie. I was like, shouldn't Jamie be in bed?
I don't know. I don't know what he's up to.
I don't know where he is. I just assume the whole team is far ahead of us in time.
Many
awake,
of them are.
We're awake. They're asleep.
Yeah. No, Vrograg is talking to Vrograg Murrog. What? You never held the flag, bro, but you had the best smile. Oh, that's really nice of you to say. But I do have the flag. Like, it's right here. This is the turtle flag. I am getting victory points. It's in my base. What are you going to do, turtle team? Your move. Kush turtle wow. News went... I just uploaded 4 segments of news to the radio. If you want to listen to those on demand, let Dan Litohan, the manager of the radio, know that you want to be able to listen to those. I do that for the radio because I believe strongly in the radio. Placebo, don't worry. Murrog will never find out about the time you and I both became sexy Draenei and did /kiss emote at each other. She'll never know. And I guarantee you she's not in earshot.
You had turned into Alliance scum?
I didn't do anything. Also, Turtle Team. Can we chat? Can we chat? I have one, right? I have one of these. Why can I catch multiple of these? Why is it even possible? Do you see what I'm saying? I can't even vendor this. I can't vendor this. It's unique. So guess what happens when I open this? Can't carry any more of those. Cool. Can we think of a better way, maybe? Maybe? Wouldn't that be cool? Draenei are an ally right now. That's true. In the Turtle WoW Divergent storyline, they are... I don't know. I guess they're just suckers. I know there's a Draenei boss, Sansval, who I think can give a pet. Can you do more than one? Well, here's the weird thing. You can get multiple of the barnacle covered keys, but the pieces are all unique. So this comes from Telebim. When you fish in a certain area, you can catch plenty of those. But like they knew that I would come here, they let you catch the fish that aren't unique so I can fill up my bag with these guys. Yeah, you know, Placebo, even though that's true, I gotta say probably my highlight of the GM's messing with me is turning me into that hedgehog. I don't know what that is. I don't know, like, they haven't like, hey, we're gonna have a hedgehog mount soon. They didn't mention it to me. Never seen it before. I don't even know what, like, no offense to Turtle Team, but I'm assuming that was lightly borrowed from something from retail. If not, I'll do apologies, but I mean, it looked like it was done with the tools that were meant to do the 3D modeling at the time, rather than the unfortunate, like, outdated tools the Turtle Team has to use now to do any 3D modeling. All right. Well, Murrog's home, guys. And you know what that means? That does mean that I'm going to turn into a pumpkin soon. In order to ensure that my lovely, beautiful, intelligent, and talented wife will not kick my butt to the curb, I do occasionally need to pay attention to her. Ask her how her day's going. If you have a partner, I suggest you do the same thing too. Make time for your partner. It's fine. You have to spend time with each other. Did you see my latest 3D model? I don't know, did I? Full disclaimer, I did take myself out of the dev Discord because I needed to make sure everything was on the ethical up and up because of a lawsuit. So, if you showed it in there, I didn't see it. Is DJ Labubu in my chat? No? 2 sec. All right, I guess I'm waiting for whatever Schofield sends me. You want me to show that on stream? No. You know why? You know why I say no, Schofield? Not because I don't enjoy a well-endowed feminine character. No. I'm as much of a fan as anyone. It's because it is more alliance slop. Give me Horde. How hard is it? If you made that thing green, I'd be all over it. I'd be showing it everywhere. Chop chop. Let's go. Horde content. No more of this alliance stuff. I'm over it. We're all over it. You're gonna make an orc tomorrow? Okay. I'll give you like a hard or not. I guarantee you that. That's your money back guarantee. All right, I gotta wrap up things here. Thank you everyone who hung out and chat with me, listened to my stories, celebrated my Warsong Gulch victory over Turtle WoW. Man, this gotta sting, knowing that I have their flag. But, you know, rogues are just really good in PvP, I guess. You know, it sounds like a skill issue. All right. So, let's see. I might stream tomorrow, might not. We'll see how I feel. Well, thank you to everyone who dropped by. Thank you for all the very kind primes, subscriptions, follows, all that. That's great. Thank you. Appreciate that. You guys are great. Hope everyone's well until I see you next time. Make sure to listen to the radio because my new segments are on there. If you're asking where's the news, you got to listen to the radio. The radio's great. I cannot tell you when the radio is going to air my segments, but I guarantee you they're in there. Let's see. And if you are doing the race to server first, I believe this Friday, good luck. Have fun. Might it be a joyous occasion. All right. So, until next time, everybody take care of yourselves. Take care of one another. When you're playing games, make sure you're having fun because that's the point. And, as always, remember, the deadliest weapon is knowledge. Bye, guys.